A very warm welcome in the Faculty Development Program on Innovative Approaches in Case Teaching Methodology, being organized by Jaipuria Institute of Management, the leading business school in Northern India, started in the year 2001 and holds a legacy of providing intellectually sound and ethically imbibed managers to the corporate. The institute offers MBA and MBA Business Analytics affiliated to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University. A very warm welcome to our resource person of the day, Professor George Rosier from Sydney, Australia, an award winning university teacher with over 25 years of teaching experience on the top of 20 years in the industry. Professor George is known for his use of proven teaching techniques, including Harvard Case Method, simulations, work based projects, and reflective exercises to stimulate critical thinking applied to management situations. During his time at the University of Western Sydney, he served as head of department, head of school, and associate dean. He has taught seminars on case method teaching on research based teaching. He has taught at the University of Technology, Sydney, the Australian Graduate School of Management, the SP Jain School of Global Management, and Macquarie Graduate School of Management. He holds degree in civil engineering, business administration, and adult education. He maintains a keen inclination and an interest in research based teaching, applying the research findings from the field of higher education to the design and delivery of business courses. With the support of the Case Center in Britain, he is continuing his research in this field. I, Sanandi Sachdeva, on behalf of Jaipuria Institute of Management, welcome you and extend our gratitude for accepting our invitation to learn from a seasoned researcher like you. A very warm welcome, Professor George.
Thank you very much. That's appreciated.
I also welcome Professor Dr. Devendra Narang, Director, Jaipuria Institute of Management, Dean Academics, Dr. Sadanand Prushti, Dean Student Welfare, Dr. Ashwini Varshne, my faculty colleagues from Jaipuria Institute of Management and Jaipuria School of Business. I now hand over the virtual dais to Professor Dr. Devendra Narang before we start the faculty development program. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I think Sanandi forgot to name the Professor Jitendra Kumar and the faculty of the GSB. Yeah. So this is a case study as already explained. Today we are going to have one day international faculty development program on innovative approach on case teaching methodology. And we are very thankful to Professor George Rosier. He's agreeing to share his very rich experience of case methodology which they had in entire their 25 or 30-year career. In fact, George Rosier had very rich experience in teaching in Australia, and even I saw he was teaching to the Harvard Business School also and referring a lot of cases from there. And in fact, in today's program also is referring a few of the cases from Harvard Business School. So it's a great learning opportunity for all of us from the faculty of GIM and GSB, and definitely we can imbibe this methodology in our day-to-day practice which we are having with the art student in our Indian context. So I welcome all of you on this workshop, and please be participate as much as to take out maximum from this workshop. So thank you very much to all of you. Now I welcome and ask to Professor George to start the teaching. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the welcome. Really appreciated. A couple of things I should point out. I have not actually taught at Harvard. I think that was a mistake somewhere along the line, a miscommunication. I have done a short teaching course, a case method teaching course at Harvard. But most of the places I have taught have been here in Sydney. I have also taught in China and in Sri Lanka and Singapore. So I have moved around a little bit. I wanted to sort out a couple of things first, just before we get going with the actual seminar. First of all, this is my first time actually trying to teach anything on Zoom. And the reason is that I actually had to give away teaching around about just before the pandemic hit. So just before everybody resorted to Zoom. And the reason was my eyesight. I actually have an unusual and untreatable form of macular degeneration, which means I have blind spots near the center of my vision, and I find it hard to read. I've also had to give away driving, and so I'm a little bit constrained. Now, that has a few implications for this seminar. Number one, if you want to say all sorts of things about me in the chat on Zoom, you can do so, because I can't read it. Second, I may be a little bit slower than others in finding the appropriate controls on the screen. And if I have to refer to my notes, I'm going to be a little bit slower than most other people would be. So please forgive me for that. Looking around here, sure, I've had a few years experience, but we've got, I think, just over 20 people taking part in this seminar. And if each of you, on average, have about 5 years experience, that's over 100 years experience there. So I want to draw on your experience as well as mine. The other thing about your own experience is you understand, I better kill that. I'm very sorry, I will put that onto airplane mode straight away, and that will avoid any such other interruption. There we go. Apologies for that. I want to draw on the experience of everybody, but I also want you to take what you can learn from the seminar and apply it and adapt it in your own context. I don't know your context anywhere near as well as you do. And the result is that you would be far better equipped to know what you can take and what you can't. And so it's a question of leaving it to you to personalize what lessons you have, what little gems I can pass on, or what little extra information and ideas I can provoke. Let's get into it. A quick show of hands, let's be honest, how many people did take the time to watch those videos? There have been a few, that's wonderful. I was expecting the same sort of problem we have with students, question about preparation. Now, first of all, those videos. Harvard is not the same as teaching in Sydney. It's not the same as teaching anywhere that I have taught, and I'm sure it's not the same as teaching in Ghaziabad. So bear that in mind when you think about those videos. The other thing to bear in mind, those were promotional videos. They show the best of it. They don't show the things that go wrong. But even so, we can take away some useful things from those videos. And the first one is a common understanding of what constitutes case method teaching. The idea of giving students a problem based on real life, asking them to analyze it themselves, then to work in a small group to compare their analysis, and then to engage in a whole of class discussion, a three-stage process. I find many people think about cases and think about using them in different ways. I even had one person come to me and saying, I can't use cases. I can't find enough to give one to every group of students. And she had the idea that cases were meant to be analyzed by a group and then presented to the class, rather than have it as the basis for class discussion. So hopefully a common understanding. Now I want to turn over to you. What did you find interesting, unusual, useful remarkable about those videos? Yes.
So may I give the input? So what I found most interesting in the first video, that was inside the case method, the entrepreneurial manager, was the element of surprise. The pedagogy that the professor has been using was not professing, but instead involving the class, and they always started with the element of surprise. So students are preparing intricately because none of them knows that who exactly is going to open the case. So that element of surprise I found out to be very, very interesting. Plus, another point was the professor was comparing the two extremes, one being the lowest sales forecast and the other being the highest sales forecast. So the arena of imagination they are giving to the students based upon the fact is huge.
Yep. Good. Anybody else? Okay, one of the things that I took from it, when I first saw those, the people leading the discussion, the woman leading the discussion especially, I found, was very animated. She moved around. She went to different students in different parts of the classroom. She walked back to the board. She pointed at different things that she'd set up on the board as she was talking. And first of all, it made me realize how much I miss teaching. But second, it made me realize the constraints of Zoom. I can't do that here. Whereas when I'm in the classroom normally, I'm moving around like that. And the moving around, the challenging of students to think differently, the posing of difficult questions adds to the drama and adds to the element of the emotional involvement, if you like, that also helps in learning. Anybody else? What else did you find?
Can I?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
No,
Please.
Parul, go ahead. Parul, go ahead.
No, sir. Okay. Sir, like the case which you were discussing right now, I saw that video of that lady. So I found one thing interesting is that students saying that they were not learning from their faculties only, but also from their peers, as well as these students were coming from different backgrounds, from different places. So their way of thinking and, their way of imagining was different. So it's like, understanding that how diversity can also help you to give different opinions about different cases. So that was something interesting in the class.
Absolutely. One of the things I often like to do is deliberately mix students up in learning groups so that I have a mix of genders, I have a mix of nationalities, I have a mix of professional backgrounds. There's nothing more boring than having a group of 5 engineers. What you need is a couple of engineers, some HR people, a marketing person, and somebody from a totally different background, possibly an architect or a medical person. If you can get people with different backgrounds together, you start them sparking off each other and bringing out ideas which a group of engineers, quite honestly, I'm an engineer, I can say it and get away with it. A group of engineers don't come up with. Anything else?
Yeah. Yes. One thing about the case discussion was to make the student understand that how the perspective varies from one group of or one team to another. All have got different composition within the team, as some may be engineers, some may be coming from other backgrounds. Secondly, when the group discusses, every group become a unit and they bring in a lot of perspective. So to introduce a class that there are different approaches, there are different facets, and there are different perspective to the same situation, which emerges from the same set of facts, which many a time when it comes to real world action, the individual miss out being in flow of his action. So he thinks that the facts that he has gathered or the set of assumptions he has taken is going to apply to all, which doesn't happen in real world also. So to sensitize them how to approach the things and not to restrict, keep questioning about the possibilities, and then being open to get deeper into the possibilities and have a conversion. So you see that when the case discussion opens, there are a lot of divergence and extremes. But as the discussion goes on, where professor try to facilitate and make the students think for the logic, the facts, and the approach through which the facts has to be seen. So through this very facilitation, when the conversion happens and the class discussion emerges, that makes the real gain. That when you are in a team, you need to see the situation from diverse perspective. There are many possibilities, as many as you can cover, more realistic decision you can take. Secondly, be open to understand and try to accept and appreciate whenever the logic or the set of facts get wrapped with a better set of concepts or logics. So that is another aspect. So this helps in critical thinking at the one level, working in team and accepting the diverse opinion, and also navigating through diverse things to a common acceptable converging point. So these are the facts that the video very effectively demonstrated. Thank you.
There was one thing. Sorry, go on.
What I have observed through that video is that the role of a teacher is not of a teacher, but it is of a facilitator. And to create what is best is to create a thought-provoking environment into the classroom.
Absolutely.
And the best thing is to bring out what Mishra sir have said, to bring out the different diverse opinions from the students, to bring them on table for the purpose of decision making and for the purpose of problem solving at the end of the case. So the role of a teacher is of a facilitator during the case study methodology.
Another aspect also which you have observed from that particular video is the board planning. That's how nicely actually this professor is collecting the information from the students and putting it into the different perspectives by bifurcating the board into different parts, which is a very, very good thing which I have observed there itself in this particular video.
You're way ahead of me. I think we'll be cutting this seminar short. There were also some interesting things that I found, things that I thought wouldn't work in any context where I had taught. The woman, if you remember, challenged one of the students, saying, "That's what we do. That's what we do here." And that almost rather aggressive challenge, I think this most of the students I have dealt with would find rather confronting. And so that sort of thing, I must admit, I would not use. Are there any other things that you think about that you saw there that you would not use? Okay, there was one thing that I felt very interesting, and that was the way that one of the students raised what is often considered a taboo subject, race. Do you remember in the discussion of the mining case, the case led by the woman, one of the students said, if those miners who are losing their lives were white, we'd have a different perspective on it, place a different value on life. And that raises so many uncomfortable questions for everybody. And yet managers have to confront these uncomfortable questions in real life. And I think it's so important that we don't shy away from this sort of thing. There was a case that I read as part of a case competition. I was judging a case competition for the case center in Britain. And one of the cases was about a fairly high profile incident of sexual harassment in India. And again, a subject which is taboo. And in fact, the title of the case was Breaking the Code of Silence. It was an interesting one to confront. Okay, anything else from those videos before we move on? A few things that I saw that I should raise. Number one, the size of the class. 94 students in one of them. Has anybody taught a case study to a class that big? I normally work in classes of between 20 and 50, with 60 as an outlier. But I would find it very confronting to work with a class of 85 or 90 students, as they do on a regular basis at Harvard. The other thing that you saw in both of those videos was that the protagonist in the case, the person about whom the case was written, was there in the classroom with them. The woman who is the head of Anglo-American, the man who had to make the decision in Z Corporation. And think about it, even at Harvard, they have a team of people teaching the same case at the same time in different classrooms. So only one of about 3 classrooms at Harvard can have that individual there with them at any time. And in reality, when that case is taught around the world, you can't have that person there. So there are little things like that which are impractical in most cases. But the interesting thing I found in both of those cases was students were being forced to make decisions, and make decisions under in difficult circumstances. And that is something which I find is missing from a lot of what I would regard as not very effective cases or less effective cases. But that's not to say that all cases have to have a decision. Let's go on. The accounts payable clerk. Should I do the same as they did in the Harvard class and cold call somebody, or would somebody like to lead off? What did you think about that case? Now, before we start on it, I'm going to admit that is a fairly simple, straightforward little case that I have written. And I'm using that here largely because I'm a little uncertain about using Zoom. I don't have a means of making notes on the whiteboard, moving around the room, and all the rest that I like to do when I'm teaching the more complex cases. So I've deliberately chosen this, but it's still a case that has scope for quite a bit of discussion. Who wants to lead off? What should they do? What should Sally Braithwaite do? Now, I can't see well enough to see if people are waving hands. Please just start talking.
This case started with Mrs. Dow, from a refugee from Cambodia, who arrived in Australia. And in order to get a job, the basic need is that she should well verse with English. But after doing a communication, that means completing a communication course, so she could able to get a job, okay, in the accounts in the library. But what has happened is that she could not cope up with that particular task, not able to complete in time, in spite of having and giving also many times the different excuses. And also the work is piling off. And because of the accounts could not able to have this like your proper record for that, and those who are sending the papers, because their bill is also mounted off, and in the process also this organization could not able to pay the bill to this like your persons or the suppliers. And here itself somebody else also entered and then tried to help her out, okay, on the humanitarian ground, maybe for once or twice, in order to reduce the particular like your backlog. But after some time, what has happened, because it has really mounted off, and the boss is now thinking, and she has given different excuses, she has availed all the casual leaves, everything. And at the end, like there is a problem before this management, that means the head with whom actually she was reporting to. The problem is that what type of decision actually the boss will take, whether they will ask her to leave. But as per the Australian like your government's the HR policies, one cannot able to like or ask someone leave so easily. Okay, so in that context, how actually the work has to be done, and also simultaneously that these rules and regulations of the Australia has to be followed, and the work has to be completed. That's the challenge for the boss.
Sir, another perspective, what I could see in the case was that why she was not able to do it. Because if we observe that she was having some health issue and a stress issue, so that also need to be addressed, that why is she feeling so stressed about that work? When she is in the need of that job, it's still she is facing a lot of stress in that work, so it also needs to be addressed. It is not that solution that we would be hiring someone else, but the problem why she is having it, and she is in dire need of a job also, because her husband was also dependent on her. So that is also another perspective which I could see in the case, which is to be addressed.
Anybody else?
Also to add upon, sir, if we analyze,
In fact, what I have observed through that case, there are the different challenges related to the staff performances that can be addressed through that case. The problem that actually lies with the management decisions and how the management decisions impact the performance of an employee. That issues can be addressed through that case.
Okay, can I slow you down there a sec? Just go back to Sanandi, you were saying something.
yes, sir. Sir, I was mentioning that the departmental coherence I found is missing, because there was no, we cannot doubt the intent of Mrs. Dow, because she has changed her name also to Vanessa so that people could be little relatable to her. Plus, she has also tried a lot from learning to English to changing her name. There was no lack of intent, but there was certain kind of stress that was emerging from non-completion of work, which might have been arising due to lack of departmental coherence.
Okay.
Here I would like to add to Sanandi as a departmental coherence. Yeah, I also see some kind of personal problems cropping up in the last paragraph. As if she's not able to cope up with the professional and her personal things. So that's getting clubbed up in the case.
Yep.
One more
Okay.
perspective.
What I'm going to cut this short because I need to move on fairly quickly to the next part. What I normally do at this stage is I ask
Did we lose him?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
so. There is a
Some
disconnection.
connectivity issue on his
Network
end.
issues.
अश्विनी मैसेज करिए उनको. Shall we continue with the case? If anybody want to say about other perspective.
Imira ma'am, you are saying something?
Trying to say something. It seemed to be a very simple task of checking some accounts, and it seemed that Mrs. Dow did not know how this simple task connected to the whole vision, because if there is a backlog, it can hold up supplies. So somewhere she was maybe not formally trained that these are the targets that you have to do, and this is a very important job which is contributing to the organization. So this could be one of the like symptoms is given in the case, and that since she has come from Cambodia, some kind of training may be given, and maybe she would be assigned some targets, maybe trained, so that she can come up to the expectations, as Miss Sally Brathwaite has as of date a problem on her hand. So that was what I was trying to say. That
Professor
it gives
George
you a
joined
lot of
us.
yes, he has joined.
So you're on mute.
Professor, you are on mute. Professor George, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful. I'm very sorry about that. I had a little glitch at this end. What I normally do with this case at this stage is I ask for a show of hands amongst students. How many believe that Sally Braithwaite has to take the difficult decision and start the process of sacking Mrs. Dow, replacing Mrs. Dow? And I usually get a show of hands. Shall I try it here? How many think she should go ahead and get rid of Mrs. Dow? Now, people who don't put up their hands there, I challenge them. What is the alternative? And usually there is very little alternative available, because there is nothing there that you're given that you can work with in order to find an alternative. And at this point, I hand out part B of the case. Is it possible to distribute part B to everyone and have about 5 minutes to read it?
Yes, sir. Just give me a minute.
Thank you.
I think part B is visible.
Yes, perfect. I'll give everyone a few minutes to read through that. You might need to scroll down so people can read the rest of it. And you might need to scroll down to the end, I think. Anyone like to comment now?
it seems that the processes are not well defined in library. Due to that, Mrs. Dow, she's facing a lot of issues, whether related to matching the dockets, or whether related to issuing the books, or whether related to making the invoice orders, payments to the vendors. So the processes in the library are not well defined.
Right. Now, the next question that I ask students is, if you were John, what would you suggest they do now?
So I will suggest to define the SOPs of the library.
Mm-hmm.
So that can help Mrs. Dow to work more efficiently and to complete the task on time.
Anybody else?
So what I had mentioned previously after reading part A, that the interdepartmental coherence was not present, I still believe on the same ground. Plus, Mrs. Dow has to go to multiple steps, and as we can see, the mistake is actually not hers. The other departments, she has not been receiving the correct amount of data, due to which she has to go to multiple places and match the data. That takes a lot of time, and which is taxing on her, and which is always taking some stress on her, that is taking a toll on her. So I think we have to define certain steps and see what department has to do when, so that the processes can be well coherent with one another.
Okay, can anyone suggest an actual approach to solving this problem?
Yeah, Professor.
Yes, please.
You are on mute, sir.
IB Singh sir, you are on mute. Unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Okay. No, still okay.
That's okay.
So, Professor, to me, the problem is not whether she is able to work or she is not able to work. Main problem looks like there is a procedural problem. Simplifying the procedures at the library for signing the invoice, because it's not a big process, and if things are defined as Dr. Ashwini has told, that SOP should be there. If there is a defined SOP, maybe in initial stage she will face the problem, but afterwards this will become a routine and there will be no problem in and things will be done very easily. Yeah.
Good.
So from an HR perspective, I would like to add on that this is a problem of job design and also the problem of coordination among departments. And since Mrs. Dow is new and she's also new to the country, so I think a lot of managerial support would be required from the boss's side. So I think job can be redesigned again, because the processes, like the steps are very faulty, and you need to maybe reinvent the whole process again, because there's a lot of backlog which is visible in the case.
I would like to add with Guneet, like with the job design, we can also add some kind of trainings which can be induced with the process.
In fact, George, this is a very interesting case. We also face such sort of situation in our institution also.
This is actually a true case. This did happen in a public library, a state government library here in Australia. And in fact, the story was told to me by John, the consultant, who was actually, his name was John. It's the only name I have to use without changing. But I usually push students here to come back to specific recommendations. What would they specifically do? And it's interesting, you have the faculty have a different approach to the students in many ways. What a lot of the students do is they rush in to a particular solution. For instance, they will say, if the invoice doesn't quote the order number, then simply send it back, won't be paid until the order number is given. And they think that'll solve the problem. And I then ask, well, what if that is only 5% of the problem? Have you solved it? And obviously they haven't. And so they now then start thinking, oh, in that case, I will do this one, or I will do that one. And they are making these decisions without having a lot of information on whether that's the best way to go or not. And so after they have floundered around doing that for a while, I then show them part C of the case. Is it possible to bring up part C, please?
Is it visible to everybody?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
चुप है।
Now, what do you think about that now?
So I think the third part clearly shows that it is not the part of the competencies of Mrs. Dow. Rather, it is because of the poor processes that because of that she was not able to perform.
Yeah. So here we have somebody who is being blamed personally because the system has failed her. One of the interesting things, if you look at the numbers, I'm an engineer, I'm a numbers man, just have a look at the numbers and you'll see where are the two major problems. We've got a major problem with getting the condition report and with the shipping docket. And so if they had said incorrect order number or no order number, we don't pay, they would have only solved a very small proportion of the problem. The main problems were internal. And the clues are in those two bullet points down the bottom, where in fact what it seems has happened is that management has increased the budget, or actually I think it was a political decision. But of course, the politicians like to say all the budget is going into extra books. They don't think about things like appropriate staffing levels to manage the extra workload. And the result is that the systems that they had set up were overloaded and started to be ignored. And it all ended up coming together on poor old Mrs. Dow, who was being blamed. And in fact, have a look at the last 2 points there. The previous accounts payable clerk was actually approving invoices that he shouldn't have approved. Mrs. Dow was going to be fired because she followed instructions diligently. And so you can bring out a whole lot of incidents and ideas from this about process analysis and how we go about analyzing the process and deciding on the main things. I even go as far as drawing up a Pareto chart to show which are the main issues here and demonstrate them graphically so we can actually see what the major problems are. And if somebody insists on saying, yeah, but we've really got to sort out the problem with the correct order number, you can say, okay, look at that. It's only going to solve this very small proportion. The main problems will still remain. You can also see that there are issues of staffing involved there. Mrs. Dow has been properly trained, but the management has really failed in making sure that she has the information she needs to do the job. Now, think about that case. I have got several what I call aha moments, where students are generally forced to think we should sack Mrs. Dow. And I then challenge them with questions like, okay, you are assuming that you can find somebody who can actually do the job better than she can. And she knows the systems, knows the organization. This new person is going to have to start from scratch. So you're really simply gambling that somebody else will be better than her. Then we start to think about, hey, she isn't the real problem. The real problem is actually the system of some kind. And then I start to introduce ways of identifying where the main problem lies. And so I have a whole several what I call surprise moments, aha moments through the case, which students generally remember. And I find this is an especially effective case to start people thinking about management's responsibility to manage the workflow, the work systems, and to balance things like workload and staffing levels, rather than simply blame somebody and think that by finding the right person to blame, they've solved the problem. And so it has application in process analysis and operations management. It also has application in personnel management. And so we can cover several different aspects out of the one case. Now, I've done too much talking. Any other comments about that case? Okay, thanks very much. If you could take that screen down, the case down, that would be wonderful. We'll go back to the full screen. Thank you. Where are we up to? Now, one of the things that I find I can do in a case like that is I can put things up. Now, somebody mentioned the use of the blackboard or whiteboard. It's interesting that Harvard is still using blackboards. I'm afraid we're ahead of them. We use whiteboards here. But you can use that to spread things across to show patterns. And I mentioned that, like the woman in the video, I tend to move around the room when I'm teaching. And sometimes I'll draw up what I want on the board, and then I can move right back to the back of the classroom and sort of stand there amongst the students and say, what do you see? What's the pattern? What's the lesson? And it helps them to understand the whole picture, the big picture of the case study. What do you think about that case? Were there enough surprises built into it in a very short case? It's one that I have used several times and I found it very useful. Sorry, you were going to say something.
Yes, sir. The element of surprise was with every part. Under A, we were thinking something else. Then B gave us certain inputs that were completely different. And C actually got us to the area which was completely different, understanding that Mrs. Dow was not at fault at all.
Yeah, that was one of the interesting items of feedback I had in one of the courses I was teaching, one of the last courses. One of the students came up to me after an MBA class and said, you know what I like about these classes? He said, there's a surprise in every one. And that surprise is a learning moment, if you like, where they can actually start to understand and see things from a different perspective. How are we going for time? I'm losing track of time, and 3:20, where should we be up to? Okay, I think we're not far off being on time. That's amazing. I've got a short break scheduled in about, what's that, 3:20? No, we're ahead of time. That's amazing. We've got through that case faster than expected. Do you want to take a 15-minute break, grab a cup of tea or a coffee, and we can...
Can I ask a question?
Please, please.
Yeah. Professor, if this one I will be teaching to the MBA students, then there are different diverse like your domain knowledge, whether it is HR, whether it is accounting, or it is operations, finance. So actually through this case study, which particular course and which aspects of that particular course, actually this will be the best fitted for? Is it from the strategic angle, strategy course, or is it for the HR course? Because that itself will give us some hints actually if I'll be taking this case or similar type of the case study to the classroom, then given the informations available in the case, so for which course and which topic actually this is best suited for?
Look, I have used it in courses in operations management. I've used it in organizational behavior courses, and I've used it in supply chain management courses. One of the beauties of most cases is that they are actually applicable in several different discipline areas. And I think it's worthwhile when you're teaching a case to try to bring out the relationship between the main discipline area of the subject in which you're teaching it and the related areas that people need to understand. I find, for instance, that a lot of people, especially those that are focused on the quantitative side, who are doing courses in operations management and supply chain management that I used to teach, they tend to come from a technical background, and they don't seem to have a lot of time for the HR type perspectives. They don't have a lot of time for organizational behavior perspectives. And so I like to bring in bring those perspectives into an operations course to point out that if they're managing the operations of an organization, they also have to manage the people who are working in that section. And this is one of the things that I find a number of MBA programs have tended to cut out or reduce the organizational behavior, the psychological side of management, which is very important. So to answer the question, I have used it in several different courses, and it can be used in several different courses. It's designed for exactly that. I've also used it simply as a warm-up in many other courses, just to start students thinking a little more freely and start them thinking, hey, this set of tram lines won't get me to the right answer. I've got to get off these tram lines and think far more broadly. And I find it works well for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Sir, good morning. I'm Kanchana here. What I think here is this case can be beautifully used in a course like organizational behavior, where the topic of decision making is being taught to the students. Because here in this case, when Ms. Joy she was being blamed for all non-performance or underperformance in the organization, and Sally being the leader of the company or the manager of Ms. Joy, instead of just giving a letter, warning letter, or terminating the person from the work because of non-performance, she should have called Ms. Doe. She should have asked about her problem, and she should have inquired before, actually she should have diagnosed the problem before coming up with any solution. So this problem, this case study can be used in organizational behavior and how the person should think empathetically, think with the angle of the worker who is doing, and then understanding why there is non-performance. If we say the manager is effective, we can say only when the people are growing and developing under his guidance. And if there is non-performance or underperformance of any employees, there is some problem in the either in the functions, operations of the organization, or maybe the conduct, or maybe the integration of various departments in the organization. So she should have understood the problem, and then she could have taken the decisions. So I think this, in this perspective, this case can be used in a more appropriate way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, somebody pointed out earlier that it was not necessarily her problem. And this is one of the interesting things, that you find that so many managers don't have that broad perspective. They don't understand that, in fact, it's not always a case of find the person who's not doing the right job and get rid of them, or give them counseling or training or whatever. There may be other issues as well. And in fact, that's one of the things that I think we need to think about in designing our courses, not just what subject we include, but also in the cases and the material that we cover within each subject. It's no good simply teaching a subject such as organizational behavior in isolation. It needs to be integrated across other subjects as well. A lot of people in HR will talk about, in fact, there's a big industry in designing pay packages, motivational pay and bonuses and this sort of thing. And yet there is so much research that indicates that bonuses don't really work. And so it's worthwhile starting to think about a lot of these things. Bonuses will work if people are on the breadline. Pardon me. If they're on starvation rations, if you like. But if they've achieved a basic level of income, then you can double that income. You won't double their output. And this sort of thing needs to be pointed out in a case like this. Mrs. Dow's output could be increased substantially simply by having these systems in place that work. Now, those systems will need probably more people in these other departments. And management has to recognize that is the cost of increasing their purchasing budget. One of the problems is in management is often managing upwards. And in fact, one of the problems which we have with case studies, especially the Harvard case studies, and I'm going to come to this a bit later, is that they are almost always a top-down perspective. Which is one of the reasons I like writing cases like that. It provides a bit of an alternative view of things.
Professor, I have one thing to ask about this case. If we are introducing this case in operations management, can we relate this case with the productivity and the effectiveness of one person? As we know that rework is one of the sources of waste, and another one is the waste of intellect. And in this particular case, I'm seeing these two things are happening. So can we introduce this case in the productivity related issues?
Of course, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
In fact, one of the things that I find is that a lot of cases can be used in courses for which they were not originally designed, or they can be used to emphasize aspects of management which were not even covered in a teaching note. So there are some interesting things that can come out of them. Now, I've got a teaching note for this case, which I've sent to be distributed after the seminar. So you can see the sorts of questions that I anticipate and the sorts of questions which I'm ready to ask, and the responses I anticipate and the questions that I ask in response to those answers to previous questions. I don't have a board plan for this. I'm afraid I did the teaching note. I've used this case for some years and never got round to writing a teaching note for it. Nobody else expressed an interest in using it. I knew the case inside out since I'd written it, And so I've only just recently done the teaching note, which is there for distribution. Any other comments on the case?
So I don't have a comment. Sorry.
Sorry, just say it again.
Yeah, I had a question, sir. Like you talked about that one case can be used for multidisciplinary areas, and one challenge that I face in the class during the discussion, maybe not everybody faces, but like I'm discussing the case from one perspective, and we are, deep into the discussion of one area, let's say organizational behavior. But then all of a sudden, one of the students just barges in and picks, and he identifies another problem area, which is not related to the discussion, and the whole flow actually sometimes breaks. So is this a problem or actually a problem or not?
It's not a problem I've come across very often. And sometimes I can be quite brutal in bringing people back to the points I want discussed.
But that's what I also do.
But it's good if you can anticipate the sort of diversions. Now, sometimes students will bring up something which is worthwhile that you haven't anticipated. You have to be prepared to think on your feet and respond to that. And one of the things that I sometimes do, and this is a little trick you might think about, if a student raises something which I haven't anticipated and I need a bit of time to think about it, I will point to that student and say, that's an interesting perspective. Does anybody else want to build on that? And that gives me a few seconds to stop and think myself.
Right, right, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call a 15-minute break for a tea, a coffee, or whatever, and come back in about 15 minutes. And then we can get it back onto track and go on to the next part of the seminar. In just a second, I'll see what it is. This is one of the problems where I have to check things and see where we're up to.
Ajay, you can put on the screen the flow of the program.
Sure, sir.
So
Preparation.
Done with
It's
the
okay.
case discussion. The next part is debrief of case discussion, leading a
case discussion. And as per our plan, we have a break at 11:30.
And the time now in Delhi is?
As per Indian, half an hour. Still we have an half an hour.
We have a half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Could I suggest then that the Hank Kolb case, is it possible to actually email it out to everybody, the case? Do you have the Hank Kolb case?
Yes, sir. We have the Hank Kolbe case. Yeah.
Okay. Have a quick look at the teaching note for that case. We'll go through, you can go through the actual case later, but have a quick look at the teaching note and especially at the board plan. And then I want to come back and discuss the preparation for teaching and how I go about preparation for teaching in the rather more complex cases. Now, I'm getting mixed up with time zones here. Let me just see. What I just did was another little trick that I use in case classes. If I need a break for whatever, at that time I was getting a very dry throat, break. Students normally don't object. It gives you time also to collect your thoughts and plan the discussion from here on. Because one of the things that will often happen in a case discussion is that it will not go as planned. And so you need to be a bit flexible about it. I put times together for this little seminar. The times aren't working. So I rearrange things on the run, but I take a few minutes to do it. Now, what I wanted to do now, you've had a few minutes to think about it. Any other comments or questions about the discussion we've just had? Okay, I'm going to lead off with a couple of observations. Number one, I think I did too much talking. I should have pushed you people to do more. And so one of the things to remember is try to go along with a lot of questions ready to ask. Anyone else? Okay. That case-based learning is in fact one method of experiential learning, because they are experiencing something in the classroom, the class discussion. They're experiencing the highs and lows of trying to solve problems and sometimes making a mess of it. And so they are learning from that experience. It's a form of experiential learning. Some people like to define experiential learning very narrowly. I don't argue about I don't like to get involved in discussions and arguments about definitions. What I want to do is make sure that students learn, and I don't care what you call it. Just getting back to the discussion, in order to lead a discussion effectively, you have to be very well prepared. How do you people now prepare to lead a case study discussion? Who'd like to go? What do you do?
Sir, most of the times I challenge the students. I put them in a dilemma that whatever you're thinking, is it right or wrong? So basically, I become the devil's advocate. So I try to trigger their mind. So are you on the right track or not? And then they get really confused. And then I accept also that I'm just trying to make you think critically. That is, but I want you to think. So I become I play this role of a devil's advocate. I really push them towards, oh, are you right? Are you wrong? Something like that.
Right. What I'm really asking is, how do you plan for that? How do you prepare for that before the class?
I pick up some points which are the key areas of the case, and then I also pick up the points which are not related to the case, so that I can make them understand to differentiate between, this is what the case is talking about. So I go through the teaching notes, I go through the case, and then I try to sometimes like bring up the irrelevant topics also, and sometimes the relevant topics also.
Adding to it, sir, in our case, whenever we talk about business communication, the inputs are very, very subjective. So reading and rereading the case to ponder upon how many alternatives can we get from the student side, and among that, which is the best alternative for this discussion, understanding how many this case.
Professor, when I am a finance faculty. So when I am discussing some decisive dilemma of a manager or a protagonist, what we need to do, I should also know that what prerequisites are there before pushing up the case in the class. I analyze on it and how I will be planning in that particular time period which I have been given. What concepts I would be touching upon. Say I have to make a plan. Say I have got a time period of 90 minutes or 80 minutes. What concepts I would be taking up in that particular time period, and how much prerequisites or the knowledge or the conceptual knowledge my students already have while he is or she is discussing that case. So I have to plan that also before going to the classroom.
Good. Anybody else? When you prepare notes to go into a class, what do you note down? What do you have on paper in front of you when you walk into a class to lead a case discussion?
So like when we go for a class, this case teaching method, the first thing which is there in your mind is the opening question. What will be my opening question? That will provoke the students to get into the case first. Second, I tried, based on the answers, I tried to find out some see, every case has some characters. So from within the students, I tried to find out some students and give them some characters name. so that they can play the role and there can be a live situation which can be there in the classroom, which will further, enhance, or which can further stimulate the entire classroom environment, and they will, it will also motivate the students to get into it. Secondly, once the discussion is there, then there needs to be some high points, and then there needs to be some reflection points also. So that needs to be very well planned, that which points will be the high points where the tension will be built, and which points will be there where I will make the ground loose so that there can be a lot of reflection on these points, and then the thoughtful, or meaningful discussion can take place. So this is how we prepare for the classroom teaching through case methods.
Anyone else? Okay, let me tell you about one of my learning experiences in case method teaching. I had a short case. I was actually teaching a marketing course at one stage, and I had a short case, and the instructor's notes came with a few sample questions and an idea of what the main learning objectives were. So I walked into the classroom and I tried to lead the class discussion with a few questions designed to lead them to those learning outcomes. And it fell flat. It didn't work. And in the end, I cut the class short. But the following class, before I went in there, I went in and I prepared a list of questions. So instead of having a teaching note prepared by somebody else with a few little in the margin, I had my own comprehensive set of questions. There were probably 2 or 3 pages of those questions for a 1-page case. And so going in there with those questions and reopening the case and discussing it a second time with the class, with all of those questions ready, prepared, ready to go, I not only had questions prepared, I had anticipated different answers, and I'd anticipated and designed probing questions to try to explore those answers further. So I'd actually gone several stages into the questioning process, and I went in there with a huge list of questions. Yes, read the case. Yes, read the teaching note. Yes, think through how you are going to lead students to the main learning points. But my own personal approach is go in there with a good list of questions. Now, one of the things I find, of course, is that I often don't have time to refer to this list. If I've got a 3-page list and I'm not quite sure where I'm up to, but having done the exercise of preparing that list of questions, I am so much better prepared than if I hadn't done it. And so it really works well preparing a huge list of questions. How many people go in there with a prepared board plan? Have a look at the Hank Kolb case after the seminar, go through it in a bit of detail, but if you have it and have access to it now, have a quick look at the actual, the last page of the teaching note, the board plan. And many Harvard cases and cases from Ivy actually have the board plan there in the teaching notes. And I find that is one of the most useful documents to use. And if I have nothing else, I will go in there with a board plan that I have marked up. I've got it here. The Hank Kolb case is looking at a quality issue in a production process. And the usual thing there, as in the case with Mrs. Dow, is you find a person to blame and that's the problem solved. Now, what this case does is it goes through what happened in terms of product development, what happened in terms of designing the manufacturing process, what actually happened in manufacturing. And so the board plan suggests that you put this up on the board in a particular pattern so people can see the timeline as the problems develop. And it's not just a case of that supervisor did the wrong thing. It's a case of the problem started way back when we rushed into product development without properly testing things. The manufacturing process was modified hurriedly, and that resulted in all sorts of problems with unknown consequences. The actual process of manufacturing, people were under pressure to ship the product out without proper quality testing. And so suddenly you start to see the entire development of the whole problem across time. Now, other board plans serve different purposes, but I think the Hank Kolb case is a very good one. Again, that's a case that can be used in terms of organizational behavior, in terms of teaching quality management and quality control. It's used in terms of operations management. So just as the previous case, the Hank Kolb case can be used in multiple courses. But I find that that particular format of having a board plan is very useful. The downside, what's the downside? The downside that I find is that we don't have the same layout of boards that they generally have at Harvard or Ivy. We don't have multiple whiteboards and multiple levels of whiteboards. We don't have the sideboards and so on. And so you need often to adapt it to this particular place where you're going to be teaching. Tell me, the cases that, or the places where you're teaching, what size classes are you working with? Anyone?
Sort of
What size class?
In 50 to 60.
Class size of 60.
50 to 60 students.
50
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
50 to 60.
Up to 60.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have them in, what's the layout of the classroom that you have? Is it a U shape, a tiered U shape, or is it a military rows type setup, or what?
So the setup is usually the row type, but then it is as per the, this is as per the faculty if she wants to convert it into a U shape or a circle.
So it's flat floor with movable seating, is that it?
No, sir, the seating is not movable. In terms, the chairs are movable, but in terms, if we talk about the amphitheater style, it's not like that we had seen in the case study that was given by you, the video by Harvard.
Okay. One of the things that I find that is essential if you want to get the most out of a case discussion is to actually have students arranged in a way where they can see each other's faces. Try moving down the back of the classroom where you're teaching. Imagine yourself sitting there looking at the board at the front of the room. What do you see? If you see the backs of lots of heads and then the head of the instructor at the front, then it's not a good arrangement. It means individuals are talking to the instructor, not to each other. And if you can see the faces of most of the people in the room, you'll find a far better dynamic in the classroom. Let me tell you a story about that. We had, pardon me, we had a reorganization of the University of Western Sydney when I was there. And there was one campus, the Parramatta campus, where everything was set up in rows. People sat in military rows facing the boards, facing the front. At the other campus, the Blacktown campus where I was, we had managed to actually get theatres made that were in that sort of amphitheatre style, a tiered U shape. Now, because of the cut-offs, the entry scores required, the students at the Parramatta campus were far sharper and higher achievers than those at the Blacktown campus. Yet when somebody who was not familiar with either campus, who came from a third campus, had to teach at these two campuses and teach the same subjects, he found that the students at the Blacktown campus were really engaged with the subject matter. They were asking questions, they were interacting, they were giving answers, where the students in Parramatta were sitting back in their military rows waiting to be told what to write down. And this arrangement of seating was the only significant difference. So it actually lifted the poorer performing students to be far better than the students with better ability. Think carefully about the layout when you start teaching. It is very important. Other aspects for preparation. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was the opening question, need to plan the opening question. What about the other end of the discussion? One of the things that I was taught years ago in terms of speaking publicly, people remember the start and they remember the finish, even if they don't remember anything else. So make sure you have a strong finish planned for the case study. Ask somebody to sum up, possibly sum up yourself. Possibly, if you have a whiteboard with all of the notes that you've made set up in a pattern, stand back at the back of the theatre and you can point out the patterns and the ways of thinking. Try to make sure that the aha moments, the sudden surprises, the learning moments are built in there and you can remind them about these at the end of the case. One of the things I find very useful in preparation is to think what other cases and other concepts this case illustrates. The first case we discussed, the accounts payable clerk. We looked at HR issues, we looked at process analysis issues. Those seen in that context, students will often think of as applying in that context. If you can then come up with the same concept in a different case and relate it back to that case. Do you remember the situation in such and such a case that you've discussed before? And suddenly students start to see the generality of things. And so you can actually improve the whole process if you can plan those linkages in advance. Anything else? Okay, I want to diverge from the program slightly now. How many of you have heard of the research on approaches to learning? Nobody. Okay. This is what some people call a blinding flash of the obvious. You've all come across it. Way back in the 1970s, researchers in Gothenburg in Sweden identified two basic approaches to learning at university level. One was what they called a surface approach, memorizing without understanding. I think we've all done that, haven't we? When we've had to memorize for an exam, we cram in the information, we memorize it, and understanding is optional, because if you can get through the exam, especially a multiple choice quiz, by memorizing the right answers, you've passed.
The rote learning concept.
Exactly, exactly.
Yes.
Now, the other approach they identified was what they called a deep learning approach, learning as understanding. And what they did, they actually gave a group of students a short passage to read. They asked them afterwards how they went about learning that passage. They found one group of students were able to quote parts of the passage back at them. They memorized parts of it, but they didn't really understand what it was about. The second group were less accomplished at quoting back parts of the passage, but they could and they could explain what it was about. They understood it. And the way they described it, they tried to see through the text to get at the underlying meaning there. They were seeing learning as understanding. Now, since then, there's a whole body of research over the past 30 or 40 years where people have identified what it is that leads to students adopting a deep approach to learning, seeing learning as understanding. And that research is the basis for government-mandated surveys of course quality in Australia and in Britain. It has a great deal of credibility. One of the things that I'm currently researching is the effect of case method teaching on approaches to learning. And what I'm finding, and I've only done a pilot study so far, I'm going to be sending out a link to all of you, I hope, in order to get you to ask students to fill in the survey. But what I've found is that it moves students from the surface learning end of the scale right up to the deep learning end of the scale. Case method teaching is so effective in doing that. And it requires an integrated approach across the entire curriculum to achieve this. It comes back to things such as assessment, such as how you manage things in class, and so on. So we end up finding that case method teaching is especially effective in promoting understanding rather than promoting a memorizing approach. Now, this really brings us to the whole concept of course design and how we go about course design. How do you currently design your courses? When you've got a curriculum, how do you go about deciding what you're going to be doing, what cases you're going to be doing?
Collect the various informations from the stakeholders and the feedback, especially from the students, and also used to review about what are the current changes which is happening. And that we are like again revising our course curriculum by incorporating some of these latest things, and which are the outdated things that we have to remove. Then after that, it has been passed in the academic council here in this. But actually at the university level, they used to take into the board of studies and they used to get it approved. Then after that, the final course curriculum used to come to the faculty members and they used to follow that one in the classroom.
So how far does that course go in terms of deciding, for instance, what cases you're going to use?
Whenever
how far does that process go?
Yeah, whenever the faculty member, first of all, we are giving this liberty to the faculty members that when the faculty, because they are the best judge, that which is the particular case study, because after having a glance of this case study, that which particular case study they have to fit into which particular aspects of that particular course. Okay, so they used to put there itself. Then after that, there is a academic council meeting, okay, or there is academic program committee, and we used to look into that whether this case studies, whatever the faculty members they have mentioned, whether that is appropriate or not. And also they used to ask a few questions to the faculty members, and accordingly, if it is convinced, because keeping in mind our students' background, keeping in mind the students like or what actually the employers need from the corporate point of view, because whenever you are taking a decision, that decision has to be pertaining to a particular corporate's problem, how actually they will be addressing to. And through that, they have to bring out with certain alternatives that or they have to learn with some of these like decisions which the management they have taken in that particular case. Okay, what has happened, what is the problem actually happened in that particular company, and how actually that company used to overcome that particular problem. Okay, in a nutshell, that is a learning point for these students, that this is one of the method actually through which that the problem used to be solved by that particular company. Now you used to ask questions to the students in the classroom. Is there any other alternative through which they can also solve or address that particular problem? So here comes that itself will give a thought for these faculty members to even if modify or to write another case on that particular basis. If you are getting some innovative thoughts in that way, that means there is a different angle. Obviously that approach is completely different, because one way, suppose the company has solved that particular problem, but there might be another better way that the company could have tried and could have solved that particular problem if the faculty is convinced. So this way you used to have this like your course design, which is not a static one, but it is a dynamic one.
Right, so it's a slight variation on the approach that we've been using here. Here we tend to have the topics decided and approved at faculty level, and then the individual academic is left to find the cases that are appropriate for that particular topic in the subject outline. So we end up with a variety of cases, and we tend to find, okay, we've got for instance, a topic in there we need to cover inventory management. So we have a case for inventory management. We have a topic on forecasting. So we have a case on forecasting, and so on. And we tend to find that we get these single objective associated with a particular case. Do you tend to find that sort of thing? I agree with the point that you're looking for alternative solutions in each case.
No, that's the exactly in the beginning I told the same thing, sir.
Yep.
Because just I mentioned that faculty member used to finalize the topics, and also they have to identify the case studies pertaining to few of the topics, not that all topics actually is covered through the case study, depending on the course, okay, like which particular course you are teaching. So, and also the availability of the case study. And once the faculty member used to finalize that which particular content has to be taught through this particular case, then there is a committee who has to approve that particular case. That means they have to, and once that approval is there, then it's final. The faculty can take this.
I'm going to have to excuse myself for just a moment. I'm going to leave you, if you could, just discussing that issue of course design and how you go about selecting the cases in your role as faculty members. I shall be back in just a moment.
I think Sadanand, here we have given the entire liberty to the faculty for selection of the cases. And the second level which you are talking about, the academic program committee approval, basically APC is only endorsing, the selection of courses. Rather, we are not going any major divergence from the selection of the courses of the faculty. So as far as George is concerned, as they have the liberty for selection of cases, the same is here also.
Exactly.
Yeah. Some cases are sometimes prescribed by the university syllabus in the syllabus because it's a recommended by the university. But there is no any other limit to choose as many as number of cases for supplement to your course.
No,
As our
we are,
faculties are taking many courses,
yes,
many cases.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely right. We
I
are
think
not.
he was asking about the topics, the contents. So I think that liberty we are not having if our syllabus is already defined by the university. So he was referring to those topics or the contents within that course, within that syllabus.
No,
So whether we have
that is university.
We have prescribed syllabus, but there is no any restriction to add on the courses, add on the topic in your syllabus. If you can go beyond your syllabus, but yes, that minimum part should be covered in your class, which is recommended by the university. You can add any of the content where you think is a useful and required for the present requirement in the industry.
We can add on complementing the course we have.
Okay.
Let's listen from George actually what they are following, because exactly.
Okay, I've unmuted. That's interesting that you have the different approaches there. The way that we have done it normally, as I mentioned, was that we have a list of topics that we have to work with, and there are different approval processes it goes through, but it basically comes down to the faculty member to come up with the cases for each particular topic. But those cases are not then locked in by committee decision. The cases can be changed. And this gives us an advantage in that if we find a case doesn't work, we can substitute another one. And we can do that without having to go back to get committee approval and this sort of thing. There was a course that I was teaching my last year at University of Western Sydney. And there I actually ended up writing a case because I simply couldn't find a case that covered that particular area sufficiently. So you can find that you can then choose cases, but the interesting thing is the way you can get interaction between cases. Now, this is one of the other aspects that has been ignored largely in the management education literature, which is found in the higher education literature. And that is what they call the role of variation in learning. Now, for instance, there is if students see a particular concept in the context of a certain case, they can associate the context, that particular concept with that case and with similar situations. Take an example. I taught operations management, and I taught the concepts of process analysis using a very old Harvard case, Kristen's Cookie Company. Has anyone seen it or used it? It's a very simple case in which students are asked to analyze a fictional setup where students are actually offering to make cookies, biscuits, to sell to other students late at night. If they're working hard late at night and they get hungry, everything else is closed, these students will have biscuits available in the dormitory that other students can come and collect. And I introduce students to the concepts of throughput time, cycle time, process capacity, and I relate those to costs and profits using the one case. Students are then able to see that and understand that concept in a manufacturing context, and they see it as relative to manufacturing. But then I have a different case, a case about a restaurant. And people think of it in terms of hospitality management or restaurant management and this sort of thing. But when we analyze it, we find that the same concepts can be applied to a restaurant. You can actually look at throughput time, cycle time, capacity in terms of a restaurant. suddenly they start to see that it can be applied in a variety of different situations. And so by repeating the concept in different contexts, they're able to understand the generality of it. The same concepts are then reinforced in a third case about a fitness center where people are looking at capacity of fixed facilities. How can we improve the capacity when we have fixed facilities? And suddenly they find that the same sort of approach can be used. And finally, a simulation where the same concepts are reinforced. So instead of doing it just once, we do it several times in several different contexts. Now, that doesn't mean that for every concept, every idea, every theory that we have to teach, we need to have 3 or 4 different cases. What it means is we have to make every case serve 3 or 4 different concepts. And usually we can do this. In a single case study, especially in a complex Harvard case, you will find that there might be matters of marketing, matters of operations, matters of finance, matters of employee behavior, organizational politics, and so on. So all of these things can be covered in the one case, and by emphasizing each of these in different contexts, we find that we have repetition of the concept in multiple contexts, and seeing that concept in the against the background of those different situations, students start to understand the generality of it. It means that when you're looking at case studies, don't just look at a single case for a single concept. Sure, you have a single case for one particular concept, but then you see what other concept can be reinforced out of it. And very often, even if this isn't part of your formal course design process, you will find when you prepare a case that there are different ways of looking at it that can introduce different ideas like this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, correct.
It's something that not many people seem to think about. We tend to, because where I've worked, we've always been locked into this week we're doing this topic, that week we're doing some other topic. And yet we don't think of the interplay between topics and how we can reinforce concepts in different contexts. It's something which I find is especially valuable. And it also means that students are forced to start thinking far more holistically about a particular problem. If they see a case study as being a case study in marketing strategy, and they neglect the factors of organizational politics, they neglect the factors of the effect on finance and cash flow, then they start to take a very narrow perspective on things. And what we're trying to do is get them to take a broad perspective. Any other comments about course design? Let me just see the notes that I've made here.
George, there is one question.
Yep.
As you said, the faculty should consider all the perspective. If they are taking for marketing strategy, they should also see the HR perspective or the cash flow means finance perspective. But sometimes we face the challenge that faculty is of a particular domain and don't have much of the exposure in other domain. Let's say the marketing faculty is having, not having the much of the exposure in the finance. So in that case, what they should do, to tackle, entire gamut of the case, whether they should go with the jointly with other faculty, those having the specialization one, or they should prepare themselves first on those areas and then they should go to the class.
Now you're hitting some interesting areas. Obviously, you have to stay within your area of expertise. You can't go encroaching on other people's areas too much. What you can do is relate what you're doing to these other areas, or better, ask the students to relate it. What are the financial implications of this? Has anyone thought about it? Now, you don't have to then be an expert on finance. And you'll find that if a student comes up with something that's not quite right, and other students know better, they will correct them. And so you start facilitating a discussion in the class about those other aspects. One of the beauties of case method teaching is that you don't always have to be an expert in every area to do it. You can be an expert in your particular area, but you should always try to relate it to other areas. But the point you made about should you go in with somebody from that other area, I've actually seen one or two cases where they recommend that you do a team teaching exercise. For instance, operations and finance, because the financial people have a serious input into capital expenditure proposals. I've never done it. But one thing I have done is team teaching. And it has been so effective in helping me to improve my teaching. What I used to do, there was one woman I used to work with, not in the university, but in commercial training programs. And she and I used to work especially well together. She would take a part of the discussion and the part where she was most at home. I could even sit down the back and interject, and she would handle it. There wasn't a problem. And she would then invite me to take the part where I had best expertise, usually the quantitative side of things. And so I would then go into that side of it and lead the discussion there. And she would point out the implications in other areas if students hadn't picked it up. Now, doing that, I think we improved the outcome for the students, but I learned a great deal from her. And I like to think she learned a little from me as well. But working together on that sort of thing can be very useful. There was one fellow especially I remember, he's actually from Sri Lanka, a fellow called Ramanathan, and he worked in Delhi for the United Nations for their Office of Technology Transfer for some time. And when he came back to Australia here, I asked him to sit in on one of the cases that I was leading the discussion on. And it was a case, I think it was actually set in Mexico. But most of the students, it was at SP Jain, most of the students were from India. And so it was an operations management case, but it really involved the management of people in the organization. And so I asked a few rather challenging questions about it. And some of the students objected, saying that doesn't really apply in India. Rama was then able to stand up and say, well, actually it does. He was able to say, look, when I was in Delhi, that was an issue that was brought to me time after time over the several years that I was working there. And he was able to give a different perspective on things to help these students. Now, he and I used to teach together on a lot of programs, and it's a case of learning from each other. So team teaching is one of the excellent ways of improving your way of teaching, especially in cases. Any other comments about that? Okay, how are we going for time? We've got a little time left. There was something that came up a moment ago that I wanted to raise, wanted to respond to. Yes, in course design and preparation, pardon me, I've mentioned how you can have the one case serving multiple purposes, reinforcing other cases, how you need that variety in setting a concept against the context of different situations. Need to challenge students to do that and to understand it, and by constantly referring back to previous cases, you can actually get students to see the generality and apply these concepts more effectively. I think I asked a question that I never got an answer to. When you go into the classroom, what notes do you carry with you for a case?
Sir, we carry the series of events that have happened in the case, like what are the major incidents that have turned the flow of the case, like what are the major times where the case takes, a difficult turn and it is moving towards the dilemma. So we keep a hold of that, plus the underlying notion that what topic we have to extract out of this discussion. So we have to become a moderator actually to make the students go on the track where we want to take this discussion to. So we take the notes, important happenings in the case, the important places where this discussion is needed, and I think all that we are discussing since morning, I think we all take that.
Good. Somebody else?
In fact, George, what I have observed in the classrooms, students' interest and willingness to be more engaging or have an energetic case discussion is significantly affected by how we introduce the cases in the classes. So generally, what I use the some sort of traditional instructions, or you can say the role plays that they have to play while discussing the cases. Some sort of video tapes or audio tapes to make it more interactive, and so that the session will be more thought-provoking. So these are the certain strategies that I used while introducing the cases in the classroom.
There's an interesting point there. Do you give students a lecture or readings on the theory before the class discussion, or do you simply give them the case?
Yes, first of all, we used to discuss these theories, because at least a student can correlate that with and some of these concepts also, because if it is a difficult concept, because they should familiarize with that concept, otherwise they could not able to like or comprehend the thing or analyze the thing or understand the thing if suppose that word is mentioned in the or that concept is mentioned in the case, then they could not able to do that properly. So prior understanding is required, and for that, after this theory has been taught to the students, then we used to introduce this particular case for the decision making. And one more important thing is that when we are taking this case study discussion, first of all we have to look into if it is a 1 hour class or it is suppose it is a 1.5 hour class. So accordingly we have to divide the time frame. We cannot continue of allowing the students to answer these questions for the entire class with the only identifying the problem or on the one issue itself or one aspect itself. They have to discuss that entirely, because we have to somewhere as a moderator, we have to stop this analysis at certain point of time, so that at the end I can come out with some debriefing of that particular case, and also give the whole like or gist of that case with all the alternatives and what is the like your takeaway of that particular case study. So that used to do.
Okay, let me just be a little bit of a devil's advocate there. There was an experiment done, I've forgotten the exact details of it. It was a paper I read many years ago. There were two classes of students who were basically the same sort of ability, and they were taught a particular principle in science. I've forgotten what it was. But the one class, they had a lecture on the principle, and then they were taken into a laboratory and it was demonstrated in an experiment. The other class, they were taken into the laboratory first and saw the demonstration, and then it was explained to them in the lecture afterwards. Now, the second group, the ones who had the experience first, proved the ones who understood it best and who recalled it best some weeks later. Their interest was tweaked by the demonstration in the laboratory. And so they had that sort of prior, there was, if you like, they were prepared for the lecture. And so understanding the theory of it came more easily to them than to the other group. Now, obviously in case studies, we have to strike a balance between the two. But I would seriously suggest that you think carefully about how much you give students beforehand and how much you ask them to go and find out for themselves or to experience during the class. One of the things which you have to think about is, sure, they need a certain amount of knowledge before they can analyze the case. But to what extent is it your job to give them that knowledge as opposed to their job to seek it out? And one of the lessons in a case method course is when you hit with a problem that you haven't come across before, your job is to go and find out how to solve it. And so I like to move students from depending on prior knowledge at the start of a course to having no prior knowledge about a particular problem towards the end of the course. So that by the end of the course, they're used to going out and finding out what they need. Now, I'm sorry if I'm challenged you too much on that one, but I think it's important. You need to strike that balance. And the other thing is that if you give them prior knowledge beforehand, you can remember that there is still scope for an aha moment to make them really understand that knowledge in a case study. And I've sent out as an example a case that I wrote some time ago with the teaching note, pardon me, which we shall come to at towards the end of today. But it's important to sort of strike that balance between what you tell them first and what you expect them to find out for themselves. Getting back to the preparation for teaching. Go in there, my advice is go in there with a board plan, a set of questions. That's the most important. A good opening, a good closing. There's a question, how many people like to summarize the key points from a case at the end of the class? Think back to the video about the entrepreneurial manager. And there was one comment that I remember from that stuck in my mind. He said the best cases are those that students are still talking about after the class. In other words, there's not a definite answer. They have been provoked to think. And I sometimes describe my position not as a lecturer in management, but as a provocateur. I provoke people to learn to think. And pardon me, got a real frog in the throat. If you can actually strike that balance, getting between telling students what the lessons are and leaving them to work it out for themselves, getting them to think is probably more important than memorizing the facts and the figures. In fact, one of the things that I sometimes do is I ask people, what are we trying to do in management education? What does anyone think? What are our aims? What are we trying to achieve?
It was also mentioned in the video that we are trying to manage people. Otherwise, we could have gone for a subject orientation. But students have come to do MBA because they have to learn people management, irrespective of the domain they choose.
Yes.
It's not specific to a particular subject, but rather it is how we are incorporating that subject knowledge into decision making. So that is also to be kept in mind when we are teaching the cases.
I think, sir, to enhance their decision-making skills as well as subject knowledge, because both are important. We don't have subject knowledge, but we have only decision-making skills. That is not enough. So I think both are necessary. Number one, decision-making skills, and number two, subject knowledge. Both are equally important.
There's a set of three, the way I frame this question, I often say, what are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to teach students facts, theories, concepts, methods of analysis? Are we trying to develop their ways of thinking? Are we trying to prepare leaders to face unforeseen challenges in an unknown future? And arguably, we're trying to do all three. We shouldn't focus just on the one, teaching of concepts, theories, methods of analysis. It's not enough to even go as far as changing their ways of thinking. That's fine. In fact, in a lot of the Harvard literature, they talk about developing in students an administrative point of view or a managerial point of view. That's also important. But we've also got to teach them to solve problems, because we can't anticipate all those things they're going to have to face in the future. We therefore need to give them a series of problems, unforeseen problems, to solve as practice. The more the variety there is in the problems that they face in their courses, the better equipped they are to deal with unforeseen problems in the future. And this again comes back to the question, how much do we use cases to reinforce theories and concepts and methods of analysis, and how much do we give cases to them as a way of forcing them to confront the unknown, to confront challenges they haven't come across before. And we need to strike that balance. My suggestion is that as they move through the course, we go from the reinforcing of concepts and theories, and we gradually develop their ability to go as far as solving unforeseen problems, challenges they haven't come across before. And so we need to move them along that continuum. And we mustn't keep them sort of stuck in one part. Any other comments or questions on that?
So can I ask one question?
Please.
So when we talk about board planning or a perfect board planning before going to a class, sometimes what happens is that we have planned something and that doesn't go in the same way. So if we are planning, what we are going to write on the board and how we are going to take that flow in the class, it happens in the other way. So what should we do at that time, basically?
The easy answer is panic. Seriously, that's one of the things, one of the uncertainties about case method teaching. First of all, you do need to try to plan for as many contingencies as you can, which is why I say go in there with a list of questions and anticipate the answers to those questions and the questions you'll ask in response to those answers. How are you going to lead them back onto track? You can't always foresee everything. So there are a number of little tricks that I use sometimes. One is to simply throw that question back to the students. I ask them to develop the idea further. I ask them if they have thought about something else. I ask other students what they think of that idea. Number one, that buys me time to think. And number two, it throws the onus back onto the students to come up with answers, to see if they can work on the case. It could well be that they will actually explore some aspects of the case which weren't the main intent of the teaching program. I've got a case on, let's say, marketing strategy, and people focus on the political issues of how you get that through the senior management and the board. Those political issues are still important, and it's often worthwhile letting students talk those out for a little while and then intervene and say, we need to bring this back to the discussion of strategy, and you then flick it back to the main thrust of the case. So there are a number of little things like that. A lot of it, unfortunately, means you've got to think on your feet. And it also means you've got to be prepared every so often not to be the source of all knowledge. Every so often, especially if they throw something at me which is out of my field of expertise, I will say, I don't know. Do other people think that too? What does anyone else think of that comment? And so you have to be prepared to, if you like, lead by example in saying, there's a limit to my knowledge. Does anyone have any other strategies for that sort of situation?
Professor,
yeah,
I like to comment my way of looking and handling the class. Normally I take the case studies as well as past experience and also present challenges. Let us say a particular case is there, issues will be there, and those issues we also look from the angle of other incidents in the past in the industry, and also what is happening presently in the industry. If there is some challenge or some situation, that also students know, so that in future if they go to higher positions and decision making is there, these dilemmas they should be able to solve. So that way I look into it.
That's good. You can actually bring in the experience or the knowledge of students. Their experience is not limited to their work experience. It includes what they've talked about over dinner last night. It includes what they've read in the newspaper. Encourage them to read the financial pages of the press and find out what's going on in business life, especially locally. There are lots of lessons from that. And you can actually get students to bring those into the classroom. That's excellent.
Yes, Professor George, to the Paro's question, I would like to suggest that when you prepare for a case discussion, it starts much before you go to class. So when you select a case, you know what are the learning objectives you want to attain and what is its premises. So you share the related learnings, which may be contextual, maybe industry knowledge, maybe the development in the environment, which can support the discussion, and the mainstream concept which comes from theory. So all these, both of the parts you share with the students well in advance, and then you prepare the set of questions around which you are going to navigate the discussion to ensure that those learning outcomes are attained. So the faculty has two things to ensure that the discussion goes in the planned way. First, what all context he creates by sharing the related readings. And secondly, the set of questions they throw. Now, if the things go beyond that, then they have the liberty and they have the authority to anchor the discussion by giving some clues. So when you see that discussion is going in some unrelated direction, which is either not related to direct component of the case, or it is not going to help you attain the learning objectives for which you are using the case, you try to intervene and you modify the questions, or you give certain clues to direct the discussion. That is the part. And if there are the things which are altogether out of the case context or the objective of the case, that you discuss offline and try to share that. So that is where the case gives you a lot of control to make sure that the students learn what the case is planned for. So you have got the got to choose the readings that will set their inputs, which will lead their reactions and discussion points. You prepare your set of questions, and then you go with complete input on the case matter. And if the discussion go after it, you moderate it by modifying the questions or by giving the clues. So this is how you ensure that it happens. Secondly, when you're planning for board, you're not planning for what answers exactly you're going to capture. So basically plan for the broad areas. So issues or the challenges or the concerns or the decisions. So you have got the broad headings that you try to capture the discussion on. Now within every head, there is going to be a variety of the things, and that is where the faculty use the discussion to firm up that how these points make a difference to the real action. So a lot of things will come. He can prioritize, he can change the sequence, he can try to group them in a given category, and then he uses the class knowledge and class wisdom and contribute to it so that the class can understand that how these points are important, because all the points are not going to be directly related, not going to be equally important. So there they use the discussion point to create a more organized kind of understanding, more structured understanding. So this is how it happens. It is very rare, at least I don't have any incidents where the discussion go to a level where the case get abrupted, where the discussion doesn't conclude in a way. Yes, discussion conclude with some disagreements, some agreements that happen, but it doesn't become a kind of surprise that it was abrupted suddenly. It never happens. And reason is because it's a planned action. It is not an experiment you go and throw and then you watch. So that's how it works. Thank you. George, you may like to comment.
I think that the main point that I take from what you've just said, correct me if I'm wrong, the better prepared you are, the more you're able to control the discussion to go the way you want. Does that sum it up?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. And so one of the things that I took away from the video that I asked you to see right at the start, do you remember the faculty meeting before the case discussion? There was a whole team of academics comparing their notes that they were going to use before they went into the class to lead the discussion on that particular case. There was a point made, I think, by David Garvin there. He said that the faculty prepare far more for a case than students do. Now, this is going to lead us to one of the things I want to discuss after we've had a lunch break, and that is workload. Because it means that teaching a good case method course involves a heavy workload, not just for students, but for the faculty. And this is one of the things that we need to start to think about. Now, I think we're on schedule for a lunch break about now, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is a half an hour long enough for lunch?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. In that case, I shall see everybody back here at 1 o'clock your time.
Right.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I just had a little concern in terms of the case, the video that we had watched in Take a Seat, the Harvard MBA classroom. Over there, one of the boy pointed out that the minors are black and the overseers are usually white. So if such kind of cultural concerns come up in the classroom and it turns into a heated argument like we see in the group discussion, what exactly can be done to mellow the class down?
I don't know that I have an easy answer for that. Some people are very prickly over that sort of thing. I think at this stage I should probably show you a mug, which I have bought. I bought 3 of them. 2 for my natural daughters and 1 for an adopted, or sort of adopted daughter who came here from India. She now has 2 children. She became involved in our family. And this is the mug. I don't know whether you can read that.
Yes, carry yourself with the confidence of mediocre white man. That's a bang on answer for that, Professor. Okay.
And I think that when you have prickly issues like that, you have to talk them out. That's my personal view. You need to stop the discussion when it really has got to a stage where people are at loggerheads and you get to an intractable difference, and that's going to detract from the discussion of the case. But that's a very pertinent issue that should be raised. There's a case I looked at, or I say a case, it's written up as a case study. In fact, it's a series of role plays that the Ivy School has put together based on the questions that have been raised by the Me Too movement about sexual harassment and the Black Lives Matter movement over the death of George Floyd. Now, a lot of these things are very difficult issues, but you need to get people to see things from the other person's point of view. And one of the tricks that I have used sometimes there is to ask people, okay, if you were in the position of so-and-so, what would you think? And we have that problem here in Australia with our Aboriginal population because they are severely disadvantaged in many ways. They are also, like any population, they have a full range of people. One of the sharpest students I had was I think he was a quarter Aboriginal, but he was very, very sharp. I've had another person of Aboriginal descent, and it didn't matter what question you asked or what problem you set, he would come back with an essay about a particular business that he ran for a short time. And and whenever people wouldn't give him a good mark for this, in spite of the fact that it wasn't answering the question, he'd get very upset and scream racial discrimination. So we have a real range of people there, but it always pays to ask them to put themselves in the shoes of the other person. There are some confronting videos, for instance, on YouTube, which show, for instance, sexual harassment reversed, women harassing men. I haven't seen any about racial issues, but certainly that sort of thing can come up. I think you need to talk them out. Has anybody actually encountered this in class?
Sir, I am having a different question. In a class of 60 students, through the case discussion, how you are evaluating in Australia?
This is one of the difficult issues that I'm planning to raise. In North America, they evaluate students, evaluate their contribution to class discussion in a big way. I met one fellow who taught a course on entrepreneurship, and the marks for his course were awarded 70% on contribution to class discussion of cases and 30% on a term project. Now, that places a huge job on the academic to record marks and to record them fairly, and that's very difficult. In Australia, we tend not to assess discussion or not to assess contribution to class discussion anywhere near as much. I would put on it something like a 10, maximum 15% of the marks, enough to have them take it seriously. But in fact, there was a little trick that I got up to with that, which I wanted to discuss in relation to another issue, because it answers both issues, and that is class participation. How many people have a problem with students not being prepared? Everyone or nobody?
No, there are 50, yeah. There are some students who have not even read the case. Okay, before the class discussion. So that's also a challenge, because sometimes what has happened, we used to take small caselets instead of that. So if the students, they are not like you read this particular case, then in the class itself, we used to ask the students, please read.
Yes.
Read that particular case. That means one of the students used to ask that, please read the entire case. And others, they used to listen. And this is just a 1 page or even if maximum 2-page case. So that once they will be reading that, then the students actually, this is immediate measure we used to take, that if suppose the students, they have not read the case and they come like you're unprepared to the class. Okay, and in that process, what will happen, because when the students, they used to read that, these 2-page case, then most of the students, they used to participate in the class, because they used to get at least the gist of that. But though they are not going beyond this discussion of this giving of this alternative, at least they could have able to summarize the case, what is there inside the case. So that's why the major challenge, that is the reason I just asked you, because in most of these B schools also, they used to record that particular video, that video recording of that particular class of this case discussion. And on that basis, or some of these B schools, even if there is an assistant who is sitting behind the class, and they used to record, that means they used to write like your short notes, who actually is the student participated in that, and how seriously he has given the answer. Okay, such type of and whatever this that means the reports, they have to give it to the faculty concerned, and after that the faculty used to also decide. Faculty might have remembered all the students' faces, and so then the faculty on that basis used to evaluate. So I am just, that is the reason I asked that in Australia, in some of these best schools, how actually, because this is one of the component of the evaluation.
It's always a problem. And there are several little tricks and things that you can do to get around the problem and to solve the problem. The first thing to do is think about ways to avoid the problem as well. If we have a mark for contribution to class, some students are going to be shy. I remember some Vietnamese students were very hesitant to speak out in class, but they were sharp and they were taking it all in. And so the way that I used to assess them for class contribution was I would look at those case notes, and I made it clear for the course that case notes and the case notes, students are expected to take notes. So they get the feedback, they don't under pressure, they will simply get a copy of somebody else's notes, hoping that I won't check them. I used to say that If you missed one set of case notes, that's not a problem. You have to hand in 8 out of the 10 cases we're going to discuss, or whatever it is. And so that was one way of getting around both student preparation and the problem of assessing contribution to class discussion when students are very quiet. The issue of assessing contribution to class discussion, though, remember the videos. Students had a very big sign with their name. The academics also have a seating plan. Everybody sits in the same place during each class. So you know always that a certain student is going to be sitting in a certain seat. And you have that plan in front of you as a printout. And at the end of a class, you can simply sit down for a few minutes and mark A, B, or C according to the value of their contribution to the class discussion on as many students as you remember their contribution. You won't get all of them. In a class of 90-odd students, you'll probably only get a dozen that you can contribute, that you can reckon on getting right in any class. And then you have to start directing questions at other students and assess them in subsequent classes. Now, I find that very, very hard. I don't have an easy answer to it, but with a smaller class, with maybe 30 to 50, I find it's manageable. I can usually, by the end of a semester, put a mark out of 10, a mark out of 15 or whatever against each one of them. So I manage that way. Does anybody else have any other suggestions for those two problems of student participation and grading that participation? What do you do if the
I have
class...
a question.
Sorry, go on.
Is it appropriate?
Sorry, I'm not hearing.
So my question is like, is it appropriate to ask students to prepare a fishbone diagram after they've gone through the case study thoroughly, so that we can have discussion like, for each and every event, they may present the causes and the effects and the probable solution.
I'm sorry, the audio was a wee bit muffled there. I think somebody was, you were asking about preparing, what was it, a diagram?
It's a fishbone diagram.
A fishbone
diagram for cause and analysis. Diagram, yeah.
Sure, sure. You can actually set particular tasks against each case. For this particular one, I want a fishbone diagram. For this particular one, I want a SWOT analysis. For this particular one, I want a pest analysis. You can. The other thing that's a favorite of mine is the Volman and Deal frames of reference on organizations. And I want to come to that in a few minutes. But you can actually set things like that and ask them to cover that in their case notes, in their preparation or whatever. Anything else? Go on.
What are your views on group case discussions?
I'm sorry, just say that again.
So what are your views on group case discussions, groups?
Yes. There was, when I was working at one institution, they insisted on a group submission, rather like case notes, for every case. And so the group were forced to get together and hammer out a group submission. I didn't think it worked. I remember one class in particular. I had one student from one group was answering a set of questions and giving his analysis, and it was so far divorced from reality, you could see the other students in his group squirming in their seats. It was very clear that he had written it and nobody else had had any input to it. And in fact, because they had a very large student workload in that particular course, they were dividing it up. One person would do the group submission for one subject, for one class, another person would do it for the next subject. And so it went on. And it entirely lost the whole thrust of the group discussion. So forcing people into groups to have a group discussion, I always recommend it. I've never found a satisfactory way of enforcing it. Are there any other strategies that any of you have used for ensuring preparation and participation? Do you have problems?
I mean, another way could be.
Sorry, just go on.
Yeah, another way could be to give them a list of questions, and they can prepare those questions and discuss, keeping in mind the case, the problem, cause, effect, and the probable solutions. We may give them a list of questions in advance with the case study.
Oh, yes. Usually I will give them a list of questions. Depending on the level of the case and the level of the students, they may or may not be graded. So it sort of leads them to a certain form of analysis. Other times it will be very general. What should so-and-so do in this situation? But I usually give them a set of questions for the case. In fact, most teaching notes have a set of suggested questions for a case. And you can go through the teaching notes, you can decide, yes, those questions are appropriate, no, they're not, I want to explore some other aspect, and so you can put in questions that are appropriate for the discussion that you want to lead.
We can organize quiz also on the basis of list of questions in the class.
Just say that again.
I'm saying we can also organize a quiz on the basis of the questions we give them in the class.
Right. So you actually organize particular groups to answer certain questions, you mean?
Yeah.
I prefer not to do that because then students tend to focus on their questions and not on the others. And I want everybody to explore the entire case. So I normally set up the same questions across the class. There was one case where I don't think I did, and that was an interesting case. We talked about people from different backgrounds having a different perspective on a case study. There was a case I got from the Ivy School a few years ago that was in 3 parts, but they weren't 3 consecutive parts that you hand out A, B, and C. From the point of view of 3 different people in the organization. And so 1/3 of the class got the CEO's view, 1/3 of the class got one middle management view, and the other 1/3 of the class got another middle management view. And they were all different perspectives on the same problem. And so we ended up in the class with 3 different groups of students all arguing along different lines until one student finally tumbled to it, and she asked, do we all have the same case study? And at that stage I had to say, well, yes and no. You've got a case that describes the same situation, but yours is from CEO's point of view, this group is from manager A, and this group is from the point of view of manager B. And it really brought out the issues of different perspectives on the situation, different organizational sections having a different view of things, different political views on the whole problem. So you can have, differences like that. That was an interesting one. But getting back to preparation, what do you have a system to ensure preparation of students, or do you find that very often a large number of students come along unprepared? What do you do if students are not prepared for a discussion? If you think about it, what are the options? Sorry, go on.
So like if students are not prepared, they have not read the case, then we try to, convert this case into a storytelling method where we start discussing few initial points, and then those who have read it, at least they can add to it, and then the entire story can be discussed, and those who have not read, they get some idea so that some contribution can be, can be some student, like every student can contribute something, and some meaningful discussion can take place. So the class is not completely, wasted, or we are able to achieve some of the objectives.
Okay. Has anybody ever postponed an entire class? I think I did that once. It did push them to prepare properly from there on. But I simply said, if you're not prepared, then you're not going to learn anything, and it's pointless continuing with the class. And I walked out. Now, there are a few complaints about it, but the students got the message and they prepared better from there on. Usually you have the choice of persevering with the discussion with maybe 2 or 3 students taking part and the others as spectators not really understanding what's going on. Or you can lecture the case. You effectively give them all of the answers. I haven't an easy answer for it. The best answer, of course, is to avoid that situation, using such things as the case notes that I was talking about before, or requiring a written assignment beforehand, or possibly giving a very high proportion of marks for class contribution, a contribution to the class discussion. But that involves you in a lot of work. It makes it very difficult. It also is very much more seen as by everyone as much more subjective, especially when you get some students who are not naturally inclined to come forward and participate. So not an easy answer, but I do find that case notes is a good way to go. A written assignment is probably the best way, but as I said, you can't do that for every case. One other thing which I did, which makes marking easy, and I actually had a paper published about this way back in about 2002 on reflective reports. And what I did there, and this was an interesting one, I found that I actually started reading about reflecting on an experience, and I started looking at the process of case method teaching. I said at the start, it's a 3-stage process. Individual analysis, small group discussion, whole of class discussion. And if there's a fellow called David Bowd, he's Professor of Adult Education, I think he's retired now from UTS here in Sydney. And he put together a model of learning from experience, preparation for the experience itself, and reflection after the experience. If you think about it in terms of case method teaching, preparation, yes, they do that. The experience, that's the lively discussion in the class. But what happens after that? They rush off and prepare the next case. There is very little reflection after the case. And so what I suggested is that students should write a reflective report. And I gave them questions. What have you learned from this case? What were the most valuable lessons? How can you apply those lessons to situations that you have experienced or read about? Can you apply it to other cases? And I asked them to reflect on the case study discussion and what they had learned from it. And so what I would do, I would only set this at the same time as I set a written analysis of the case as an individual assignment. Pardon me. They would do the individual analysis, hand it in. We'd have the class discussion. And then the following class, they had to hand in the reflective report. Now, what happened was interesting. Some of the students who did very well in the analysis of the case, in the written analysis, then basically wrote a reflective report saying, hey, I got it right. Others who didn't do so well in the initial analysis wrote superb reflective reports, identifying the key lessons, seeing where they could be applied, and really doing an excellent job of showing how much they had learned from the class discussion. I would then mark the initial submission and the reflective report at the same time. And that made it very easy, because most of the reflective reports were in fact a critique of their original submission. It meant also that some of the students who didn't do so well had demonstrated that they had learned a great deal. So although they did poorly in the first report, in the first analysis of the case, overall they scored a much better mark. Some of the students who got it right the first time, I say got it right, who did a good job, there was always scope for improvement, but they hadn't picked up on any of the things that they had missed. They basically said, hey, I got it right. And so they were marked down. And it was very interesting that it actually changed the grades when we started doing that sort of thing. But the feedback I got from those students, they generally said that they had learned quite a bit from the initial analysis and discussion, but the best part, the most valuable part of what they had learned came from writing that reflective report, being pushed to think about it more deeply, to see applications and see connections and identify those in writing. And that worked exceptionally well. It's been taken up by a few people, but I don't know that it's in wide use. It's certainly been picked up in the literature a bit. Other issues, other difficult issues. Somebody mentioned racial issues that were raised in the class, and we've talked about gender issues as well. I think that was in the early stages, immediately after the lunch break, so not everybody was here. Does anybody have any problems or comments on all of that? So, sorry, who missed out on those discussions? Everybody was there here for them? Okay, so there's probably no need to repeat them. The other difficult issues, where are we? Assessment. How do you assess cases? How do you assess a case method course? What do you do now? Anyone?
Sir, we have a few parameters on the basis of which we let the student do the discussion. Like first is looking into the background of the case very meticulously. So is he able to grasp all the happenings of the case or not, getting the right information? And then after getting the background and the information, is the student able to analyze the case from the right perspective? Right? And analysis itself is a big task for the student. So how much is he able to critically think, and how much is he able to get to the main issue of the point or the dilemma of the point? And third part, I think third component would be how he is able to give a suggestion, recommendation, or a solution for the dilemma. What are his views? Because we always say that there is nothing right and wrong. You know? So all the students, it's an open house. So we leave it on the student to give his own recommendations and suggestions on the basis of the analysis.
I missed a little bit of that, unfortunately, but is that in assessing a written case analysis you're talking about?
I personally have not done the written case analysis.
Okay, go on.
I take group presentations. I take presentations from students so that they come up and try to speak, or even sitting at their seat, sometimes I ask them to talk about the case or discuss the case.
Okay, so you're talking about assessing a presentation.
Either a presentation or a discussion, sir. Not in written. I haven't done it.
Okay. How many people use presentations with case studies?
I do, sir. I do.
Okay. One of the things that I'm concerned about with presentations is that those who present the case will generally do a fairly good analysis. Those who are not presenting that case and are not being assessed on it take very little interest in it and learn very little. They will sit back to be entertained, but they won't take it in. And so I prefer to get students actually involved in the case, and that normally involves getting the whole class involved. One way that I have heard that presentations have been used effectively is when a group has the job of presenting their analysis of the case, but the rest of the class then has to question that analysis. And the rest of the class then has to prepare the case in order to take part in that questioning of the group. Some people go further and designate a second group to do the questioning, but then of course you end up with the rest of the class as spectators. Far better, I think, to actually have the whole class involved in some way. Written case analysis is, I find, an excellent way of assessing students' understanding of a case. And there are two ways of doing it. One is to hand in before the class. And actually at the start of the class, students have to hand in individual or group submissions giving their analysis of the case. Then most of them are well prepared for the discussion. Every so often, you'll see groups jumping up and saying, yes, we got it right. Other groups holding their heads and saying, oh, we missed that. And so it starts to involve students and get them more emotionally engaged with the whole learning process. So written analysis is a way to go. You can't do that with every case because it means that you're going to have an awful lot of marking load. You're going to have an awful lot of load placed on the students. But I do think if you're doing a case method course, at least one or two of those cases should be subject to a written submission. And I would suggest try a reflective report as well. The second way of doing it is to ask students to write a report on the case after the class discussion. They have to be well prepared for the class discussion in order to get the most out of it. And they can only write a good report or good analysis after the discussion if they are well prepared and if they played an active role in the discussion as contributors or at the very least as very active listeners. And so that's another way that has been used at some of the top business schools in the UK. People at Cranfield used to use that. Do you use case studies in exams? Yes?
Yes, we do.
There was an interesting study done by a fellow called Fransson, again from this Swedish education school in Gothenburg. And he did, admittedly, an experimental study, but in it, he actually divided students into two groups. One group, he simply said, read that, tell me what you think about it. The other group, he said, read that and prepare a presentation which we are going to video about it. Within those two groups, he had two subgroups. Some of the students had the subject of the topic they were given to read as their major, as their study area. Others didn't have that as their major study area. So some of the students were vitally interested in the topic, and some, it was just a bit of a nuisance for them. Now, a lot of people think that if you've got to do a presentation that's going to be videoed, if you're going to be assessed some way or other, you're going to do a good job. In fact, the reverse was true. What happened was he found that the anxiety associated with presentation or assessment undermined learning. When people are scared of something, the rational part of the brain doesn't function as well as it should. The result is that it impedes learning. And in fact, the only condition that Fransson found resulted in every student taking a deep approach to learning. You remember the surface and deep approaches, learning as memorizing or learning as understanding. The only condition that resulted in a deep approach to learning, every student seriously trying to understand everything, was when they had an intrinsic interest in the subject matter, and no extrinsic form of anxiety, no extrinsic pressure that produced anxiety. So no exams, no assignments, no time pressure, just interest. That was the only driver. Now, we have to work within the bounds of institutional constraints. We need to assess students somehow. But if assessment undermines learning, we have to minimize the assessment load and minimize the anxiety associated with it. If interest is the primary motivator to adopt a deep approach to learning, then our jobs as academics, as instructors, is to stimulate that interest. That's where cases come in. We've got to make them interesting. And at the same time, we have to somehow keep the anxiety to as low a level as we can, the anxiety associated with assessment. And so don't think in terms of rigorous assessment produces learning. Think of rigorous assessment scares students so that they can't learn. Now that's a rather challenging concept. And it takes a while to think it through. And it means that you've got to come up with innovative strategies that satisfy institutional demands for assessment, satisfy demands for equity in assessment, and at the same time, don't cause students to be worried about the assessment and the result. That poses challenges. Any suggestions? How do you get around it? Think of the interest part for a start. Think back to those videos. Do you remember the woman when she was posing those difficult questions to the students? She was animated. She was moving around. She was pointing to things on the board. She actually had the CEO who faced this problem in the classroom with her, and she referred to her every so often. And that heightened the interest, made students take it more seriously. It became an interesting and therefore enjoyable exercise, and they learned. Now we have to somehow assess them without undermining that learning. Again, there was one of the papers that David Bowd wrote. One of the things he said, we must confront the ways in which assessment undermines learning. Now, that's an interesting problem. How can you minimize assessment load and minimize assessment anxiety, at the same time maximize interest? That's the real challenge of teaching. How else do you assess cases? When you assess cases in an exam, for instance, if you use an exam, how do you do it? Do you give them short cases unseen?
Yes, sir. They are caselets which are not seen by them before, but they are upon the topic that we've already taught them in the class conceptually.
Can I tell you, one of the most challenging exams that I did was in marketing many years ago. I still remember it. We were given the case study about 2 weeks in advance. And we were told that was the case study. We weren't given the questions. But it was an open book exam. And the open book exam was a message to every student. You do not have to memorize stuff. You have to understand it. You have to be able to apply it. And so having an open book exam is a really good way to get the message across that memorizing is not enough. You've got to understand. And that helps to drive students to take a deep approach to learning. Learning is understanding. The open book exam is good for that. Having the case study ahead of time, and it was a major case. It meant we had to do quite a bit of preparation for that exam, and it was a very challenging exam, but it was a very thorough one. And it was one that avoided the constraints of having very short cases, some of which are good, but an unforeseen case, a case which is not available beforehand, can be very confronting for students, and the exam can be very scary. And again, if you have a lot of anxiety associated with the assessment, it tends to undermine learning. What do you think of having courses without any exam? I can tell you that a faculty of adult education runs all of their programs without any exams, because they recognize that the anxiety associated with examinations tends to undermine learning. Now that's a bit confronting. But, and also I have to admit, I'm concerned about it from an equity point of view. However, it is a particular approach that they take. I haven't. I have generally had an exam, but I always run an open book exam. And again, I use the short cases, I must admit. Any other forms of assessment? When you assess presentations, how do you assess those? Do you assess them as a group, or are they individual preparation?
Actually, we do in the group.
That's good. That's the way that I've been forced to do it, mainly because of workload. But again, you have the problem of dividing of marks between the group. And I've had a number of people come up with suggestions of peer evaluation. You know, how much did they contribute? How much did somebody else contribute? I don't like it, but it was a way that seemed to at least highlight problems, if not solve them. So if there was a problem, then we'd be aware of it. Okay, let's have a look at the other issues.
I have a doubt, sir. So can
I'm sorry?
I ask a doubt? Sir, I have a doubt, sir.
Sure.
A question, sir. Sir, how to deal with a numerical case study, as when we teach a paper of operation research or statistical methods of business, there we have so many numerical case studies, and the answer of such case studies is usually one for the entire batch. So in that case, how to deal with such kind of case studies in a classroom setting, sir?
I usually teach the operations management courses and supply chain management courses, which are highly quantitative. They're not as quantitative as business analytics and so on. But what I used to do was ask them to do the calculations beforehand and come to class with an answer. And in fact, one of the fairly simple cases which I wrote is in the material which I've asked to be distributed after the seminar. It's called Business Shirts Australia. But how I would use the cases, first of all, the calculation is usually straightforward. There are two problems though. First, how do you get the data? And second, when you analyze it, how do you make sense of what you've ended up with? And what I tend to do with those cases is, first of all, run a discussion about how you get the data. It's all very well in a problem in a textbook where you're told that sales are this and the margin on sales is that, and the sales per worker is this and so on, whatever the data is. But where do you get that data in reality? Most companies don't keep it. And so I run cases on where do you get the data from? How are you going to manipulate that data into a form where it's useful to you? And so I look for cases that do that. The next sort of case I look for is a case where they can do those calculations, but the question then is how they use them. What are they useful for? And the Business Shirts Australia case that I mentioned, For instance, in inventory management, everybody focuses on economic order quantity. And you calculate the economic order quantity from the formula, and you come up with a magic number. And so I gave them this case and asked, what should they do? And they have all the data, they calculate the economic order quantity, they come up with an answer saying, if you change from the current practice to the economic order quantity, you're going to save $200 a year. And I ask, is that significant? And they look a bit stumped. So then I ask, what's the turnover of this particular product? $800,000. Is $200 significant? No, it's not. What's the margin on those sales? And they work out the margin, it comes to about $200,000. Is $200 significant? And of course it's not. And so everybody's dancing up and down about EOQ, and the students are telling me, oh, I can save $200. It's all, we've got to change to this. And I say, but it's insignificant. And I then pose the next question. What's the real problem? Is EOQ the problem? And it's not until they read through the case more carefully again that they realize the company is losing about 10% of sales because they're running out of stock. And suddenly they realize, hey, it's a reorder quantity, it's a reorder point issue. It's an issue of how do you organize the reordering of the stuff. And I asked them to work out the loss of sales from that. And they're losing 10% on a $200,000 margin on that particular product. It means they're losing $20,000 a year, which is really significant compared to the 200. And so you can get quantitative case studies on quantitative issues where the calculation is just a small part of it, but how you use the results of the calculation is the main issue. And also, what is the important calculation? Have they done the right thing? Where do they get the issues from, the information from? So all of these can come out of a quantitative case. And I find that these are very effective in driving home the need to think things through and to consider all the various factors in a particular case study. In that particular case, that was the thrust of the case. And the aha moment comes into it when they realize EOQ isn't the issue. And then I can go on from there into the practicalities of how you manage a supply chain like that and what you're going to do when you're about to run out of stock. How do you manage that with your customers? What do you do with your suppliers? Do you expedite? Do you air freight? Do you? And so I find that those cases, using quantitative material, can be brought to life by forcing students to recognize the application in context. And it's quite different to a problem, you know, a one paragraph problem out of a textbook where you have all the data neatly given to you. For instance, students often have trouble working out what is the margin on this particular product. Therefore, what is the margin on lost sales? And students will sometimes say, oh, we're losing 10% of sales, 800,000 turnover, we're losing 80,000. Well, they're not, because they haven't incurred the cost of buying the stock in the first time. So you can go through these sorts of things and come up with questions based around the use of the statistics rather than the mechanics of getting the answer. Does that help?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do you have the written case study examination assessment for the students? No.
For that particular case?
Yeah, written case study assessment.
Oh, do I use written case study assessment? Absolutely.
Okay.
I ask students to do their analysis of the case. And one of the things that I spell out there, and I give them some of the criteria, I don't take the view of a typical academic saying, you've got to do a 2,000 word analysis or whatever. I say, you are writing a report to your manager. He doesn't have time to read even 2,000 words. He wants the answer. and he wants it as clearly and succinctly as possible. Back it up then with data, calculations, written analysis, whatever you like, but you have to provide something that a manager can get his or her head around in the space of 5 minutes. That also helps the marking.
George, one query is from my side. Normally, which type of cases you are preferring? A short cases or a cases which are having a lengthy cases? Normally, we have seen that if we provide a lengthy cases to the student, they lose the interest. But if the short cases we provide, it creates interest and they are participating. So this type of problem we have seen in our system also. I don't know what is the practice in your systems or otherwise. So maybe you can guide us.
I'm completely with you there. The full Harvard cases of 20 or 30 pages are all very well, but students have a hard time wading through it. You can often get the same educational value out of a much shorter case. In fact, when I search for cases at the Case Center website, you can actually put a page limit there, and you can say, I want cases that are 5 pages or less. And I often do that. At the same time, I don't discount some of the longer cases. And there's one which is a particular favorite of mine because I used to use it with a simulation. Have any of you seen or used the beer game, the simulation? No, it's a game that's actually, or a simulation that demonstrates what the Americans call a bullwhip effect. It's a lovely dramatic sort of a name. It's the way that minor fluctuations in demand at consumer level can produce huge fluctuations of demand at the factory level by the time it gets through distribution warehouses and so on. And this game is so effective, I've actually had to step in and try to stop a fight at one stage because one person was blaming somebody else further up the supply chain. But that, combined with this particular case study, the Barilla case study, is a beautiful illustration of that. Now, the Barilla case is quite a lengthy case, and it's not just a lengthy case, it's a case in about 3 or 4 parts. The first part is quite long, the second part, the following parts are mercifully very short, or much shorter, but I don't balk at either long or short cases. I tend to have most of my cases as short as I can, and I normally set a limit of 3 or 4 pages, 5 at the outside, but I do go to the longer cases where there is a real value in doing so. But the longer cases, I make special provision for it so that they have plenty of time to prepare. I make sure there's no clash with cases in other subjects, and I make sure they have time to prepare it properly. And if it's an especially important long case, I will set a written assignment on it. And they have to do that before the class and hand it in at the start of the class. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it's all right. Thank you.
Okay, now that brings me to the question of workload. 2 lots of workload. One is student workload, and the other is faculty workload. Student workload. I mentioned the research on approaches to learning, deep and surface approaches to learning. When students have a heavy workload, they are driven to adopt a surface approach. They memorize. When you're looking at a case study, they will skim through the case. Their analysis is basically retelling the case story, and that's it. And they will just do it in a very superficial way. That happens when they have a very heavy workload. You've got to temper the workload to suit what time they have available. And it means you may have to reduce your expectations, reduce your case sizes, reduce the amount of work that the students have to do. It also pays, I don't know whether you do it, we made an attempt to do it in various institutions I've worked in, but try to coordinate with other classes to make sure that you're not both setting a major assignment at the same time. So many times I've had major problems there, and a few times I have actually rearranged the schedule. Okay, you've got a major assignment in that other subject this week, do mine for next week. And so we have to change it like that. The other issue with workload, of course, is short cases. You can often get a lot of value from the short cases. And the other thing about preparation, using the caselets, the very short cases, a page or less, something like the accounts payable clerk, hand it out in class and give them class time for doing it. Again, you're reducing workload, but you are improving the students' ability to learn from that workload. So don't think it's a one-way street where you reduce workload, you reduce learning. If you reduce workload, you're reducing anxiety, and that anxiety tends to undermine learning. So you need to start thinking in terms of striking that balance. Not easy. Faculty workload. You saw the amount of preparation that the Harvard case teachers go through. To do a good job, you have to do an awful lot of preparation yourself. Tricks that I've got up to: number one, reuse the same case as often as you can. Minimize the amount of preparation you have to do for each case. Keep the cases short enough that you can get your head around them quickly. Keep the assignments limited so that the marking is easy. And try to do that as far as you can. You'll still find there are some students who will take up a lot of time, but at least you can minimize it to some extent. What tricks do you get up to for minimizing student workload and minimizing your workload? Think about it carefully. That business of the reflective report minimized my marking load. Although I had more to read, the second item, the reflective report, meant that I hardly had to provide any feedback on the initial analysis because the students had done a critique of their own submission. There's even one academic in adult education who actually advocates self-assessment. And he tells students, hand in your assignment and hand in your assessment of it. And you have to be very critical of it. And then he looks at the two of them. And he says, you know, okay, you've got this right, but you've overestimated that, and you haven't given yourself enough credit here. And so he can do the marking much more easily. In a way, that's the same as the reflective report, that they're asked to evaluate their own submission. So that's another trick that can be used to minimize your marking load. But it, at the same time, serves to get students to evaluate their own work, which seriously they have to do after graduation. They don't have you to turn to mark their performance. Any other tricks for reducing workload? Okay, how are we going for time?
Input that you gave about the shared classroom where the faculty of each domain can give their valued inputs can also help in the same.
Sorry, I'm getting a lot of noise, background noise. They just try that again.
I'll just clear that up, sir. Just a second. Is it clear now, sir?
Much better.
Yes, sir. So I am talking about the interdisciplinary classes in which faculty of each domain could give their valued inputs that would help in limiting the workload on each of the faculty, because both are going to give the inputs related pertaining to their domain. So that would, I think, this might help.
It could help. I think it would also be viewed as a case of, hey, I've got two classes instead of one. In other words, you're asking staff to come to your class as well as look after their own. It's valuable having somebody else in the class, and the team teaching idea to learn from each other is also very valuable. But again, it's an imposition on staff time, and academics are notoriously short of time. You're under pressure in teaching, marking, you're under pressure to get research done, and so on. So it becomes a huge problem if we start increasing workload. And this is one of the things I'm very hesitant about.
Right.
Okay, we have spoken about classroom layout and discussion, and how the U shape always helps if you have a classroom layout where students can see each other. And I used to upset people no end, because in one place I worked, always the chairs were movable on a flat floor space, but always set up in rows. And I would always rearrange them, the chairs and desks, into a horseshoe arrangement. And the people who came in afterwards, who were used to the military rows, they all got very upset about it. But I'm afraid I made no apology for it. It really does help to get people like that. The other issue is sort of access for people who may have problems with things like hearing and so on. One of the things that I learned some time ago was, when I speak, look at the class. There was one girl from Malaysia, I remember, who was deaf, and she relied on lip reading. And if I had my back to the class, she would shout. So I'd turn around quickly and then talk so that she could see what I was saying. But think about issues of access, making sure that everybody can see and hear what's going on. One of the things that you should probably check is sight lines. Can people from various corners of the room all see the whiteboard? Is there reflection on the whiteboard? One of the worst things is to have a whiteboard set up so that all they can see is the reflection of the windows. Be careful of that sort of thing. Now, what have we got? Okay, so we go on to choosing cases. Unless there's anything more to be discussed on the problem issues. Okay, we can always come back. Sources for cases. How many people are registered on the various websites for buying cases? One or two? Yep, worthwhile. Everybody getting registered there. I certainly recommend the Case Centre in Britain, because they are agents for Ivy and Harvard, as well as Darden and a whole lot of other places. I've actually got a handout, materials for case method teaching, which I have emailed through this morning, and which should be distributed to all of you after the seminar. But it's worthwhile registering and learning to and being able to search on their websites. You can get not just case studies, but guidelines on teaching with cases, guidelines on writing cases, and so on. All very useful. So explore those sites. There are some free cases available at the Case Centre in Britain, and you can actually specify a search for free cases only. There are also things like, does anybody use case books? There are some case books, especially Ivy. They have put together a selection of cases in particular discipline areas. When I was teaching in China, I used some of their case books, largely because they had produced identical case books, except that one was in Chinese and one was in English. So the Chinese students could have a case book in Chinese, and I had the equivalent in English. It was a great system, but they also have plain English case books that are often much cheaper than buying individual cases. They can be quite expensive. You have a number of centers in India that write local cases. Do any of you use those? I think there's one IBS, Center for Management Research in Bangalore, that turns out quite a few cases. I think IIM turn out quite a few. How have you found those cases? I mean, has anybody used them?
Yes, we are using in our institution IBS cases as well as IM cases also.
Good.
And in fact, we are having regular subscription of the case booklets.
Good. That's
Sir,
great.
from the IIM case center, we are also taking the cases from IIM Ahmedabad case center. We are taking the cases.
Now, when you look for cases, what are you looking for?
Sir, as per my course design and the different components of my course, I look at the cases. Secondly, I look at what decisive dilemma and the decision making I want my student to analyze in the class. And in fact, how much capable my students are there at that particular point of time. And then gradually I increase the difficulty level, because the first thing is that I should be introducing the case, which is at the basic level or the conceptual level, so that he would be able to get that idea, and he is comfortable with the case method. Because when he comes from different backgrounds, it is also important to see that how comfortable he is in taking that case method.
Good. One of the problems that I have found with a lot of cases nowadays is that they are taken from effectively publicly available information, simply telling the story of the company.
Yeah,
now,
it happens.
You find that you don't have individuals involved in it. You don't know them by name. You don't know the specific dilemmas they're facing. You just know that this particular company has a problem with its labor relations. And that's all you know. You've got to have more information than that if you're going to ask students to solve the problem. And for that, you generally need to get a case which is written with information from inside the organization. What's the problem with that? Okay, imagine that you are the CEO of an organization. Are you going to allow somebody to publicize all the awful mistakes that you've made? You're not. The result is that generally those cases are from the management perspective, and they show the company and the senior managers in a good light.
Yes.
Sure, there is a dilemma of some kind they faced, and at least in their view, they got it right. How often is that the case? I don't know. I don't know. But the point that I'm making is that when you are using cases which are authorized by the company, and in fact, when you're using inside company information, you have to get sign-off, you have to get authority from the company to publish. You often have to, they will have it checked by their legal department and all sorts of things. And it becomes cumbersome, but it also filters out all of the nasty, dirty stuff which real managers have to deal with. So there is an issue here. If you use the publicly available cases from Harvard, from Ivy, from the Case Center, from IIM, from IBS, you're going to get a managerial perspective. And you'll also generally get, are you familiar with the frames of reference for analyzing organizations, Bowman and Deal, built on the work of Gareth Morgan? They point out that they have four basic frames of reference. The structural or mechanical frame, the organization as a machine, if you like, getting things done in a certain way. There's the HR frame. The organization has to satisfy the needs of the employees, and the employees have to satisfy the needs of the organization. It's a symbiotic relationship. And if the organization doesn't satisfy the employees, they will go. There is the cultural frame, the way things are done around here, the way we see things. There is the political frame. There are always organizational politics. And yet, almost when you analyze the case studies from the big sources, they're almost all in that one frame of reference, the structural frame. Looking at strategy, looking at structure. They're not looking at culture. They're not looking at behavioral issues. They're not looking at the human side or the political side. And so if you really want nitty-gritty cases that get into that sort of thing, you have to start looking at what I call the unauthorized cases. And in fact, some of the ones that I've written are unauthorized cases. There used to be a saying, you know, don't get mad, get even. Well, for me, it's don't get mad, write a case study. When I found people making awful blunders in organizations, I would write about that particular blunder, but it was in a fictional organization with different names and so on. Take an example. I came across one organization, public sector, where the general manager would come down a couple of levels to the division manager's meetings, and he would sit in on the division manager's meetings. He saw his job as telling people off for not doing a good enough job. And he spent the whole time of the meeting berating people, questioning, probing, and totally stopping the business of the meeting. It was so bad that one division held their real meetings on a Tuesday, and the official meetings that the general manager knew about were on a Wednesday. That allowed them to get their work done in the Tuesday meetings and provide a forum for the general manager to shout at them on a Wednesday. Now, think about the ethics involved in that. Think about the organizational problems involved in that. And in fact, one of the reasons I wrote the case study about it was that I wanted to feed the problem back to the junior level employees in that same, the middle management employees in that same organization. And they came up with the most amazing ways of around, you know, how do we solve this? What do we do? And yes, it was all about their own organization. Now, you're never going to get a senior manager to authorize a release of a case like that. And yet it was such a valuable learning experience for the students who did that case. And I've used it several times since. I've done the same sort of thing a number of times. And so it is those often short, nitty-gritty cases that are not formal with a company named and so on, where you can get the best learning experiences. If you look on the Case Center site, you can actually see whether a case is based on company research that is based in the company and authorized by the company. And they're often valuable. The Barilla case, one of my favorites, is exactly that. You can see whether it's done on what they call generalized experience. In other words, no names, no pack drill. So they actually put in warts and all what went on, even if they don't name the organization or the people. You know, they change the names to protect the guilty. Okay. So when you search for cases, bear in mind that the big corporate cases you'll get from Harvard and Ivy, they're almost overwhelmingly a managerial point of view. They're not always from the point of view of middle management. And what senior managers will say is a major success, the junior staff will often say that nearly destroyed the company. I remember going through restructures at the university, and senior managers were convinced that they were doing the right thing. In fact, they pretty well destroyed several years of work. in restructuring in such a way that we're throwing out course designs that have been developed and evolved and fine-tuned, and suddenly we had to throw it all away. Everybody worked incredibly hard, and the senior managers at the end said, see, it wasn't so hard, was it? And everybody's standing there exhausted. But they would write that up as a raging success. The staff knew better. And so I often look for cases that are written at a level where students are likely to be working, middle management. Hank Kolb is one of those cases, and it's a Harvard case. And you can see the different perspectives there. What else do you look for in cases? It's good to have a story that's incomplete, where students make a decision or come up with a certain analysis, and you're then able to tell them what happened. And even in the unauthorized cases, you can do this sometimes, especially if you write them yourself. You don't say where it came from. You don't tell people, you know, that so-and-so was to blame, but you can explain what happened and why. And in fact, the accounts payable clerk was a real case. It was in a library, I'm not saying which one, and the names of the people were totally fictional, except for John. He was called John. But you can see what happened in that case, and in other cases you'll find the same sort of thing. You can get the information. In the Hank Kolb case, they say what happened, and I actually don't think it was a wonderful outcome, but there are lessons you can get from it. Do you need a decision in every case? What do you think?
No, not always, I think, not always.
I'm sorry, just say it again.
No, sir, not always we need a decision in a case. I don't think so.
I'm very critical usually of cases that are purely descriptive. This is how a business works. However, you can sometimes get an aha moment, a surprise, out of even those cases. An example, a case that I used was about Zara, the fast fashion company. Everybody thinks fantastic, efficient company. And I get students at the start to give me their idea after their analysis, after they've done case notes. And they say, yes, it's a very efficient company. So then we go through the entire process from design right through to the retail. Design, manufacturing, distribution, retail. And I point out, design. Okay, how many designs do they make? They tell me 40,000 a year. How many do they use? 10,000. You mean they throw away 3/4 of their work? Is that efficient? And you can go through each of these things. They use air freight to get products around the place. They sew these garments in a high-cost country in Europe. Again, you think not efficient. And yet, and as you work through it, you realize, no, it's not an efficient company. And they suddenly have this sort of aha moment of, hey, they're still making great profits, even though they're not efficient. How? And you then lead them to the question of looking at costs and income and pointing out, it doesn't matter if your costs are higher, as long as your income is a lot higher. And if you increase your costs slightly to increase your profits a great deal more, then you're doing better. And in fact, you can run a highly inefficient organization that is very profitable. And the real value of that as an aha moment is that the entire course up to that stage in operations management is focused on efficiency. And here we have a case which shows that if they're careful in the way they manage their operations, they can run it inefficiently in order to make a profit. What they've done is they've built in a great deal of flexibility into the system, as well as incorporated their particular marketing strategy. So you can get a real learning moment, a real aha moment out of a case which seems at first glance to be largely descriptive. I'm doing a lot of talking here. Anybody else want to add something in? Have you done similar things? What do you do when you have a case that is purely descriptive? This is how business works.
Just you have to analyze only the concept part of it. Different concepts we used to make the students familiar with through these descriptive case studies.
If you're not careful, I find that that sort of case tends to, students see it as simply an example of what they've studied in theory.
Absolutely.
And you need to have something which provokes that little bit of extra interest, that little bit of extra excitement. As I said, the Franzen findings, interest and lack of pressure are the two requirements for a deep approach to learning. And so we need to find a way to make it interesting. So you've got to look for an angle on those descriptive type cases to see what it is that's really interesting about it that can get students excited. I find that's hard with a lot of them. With the Zara case, I was able to find that little hook, but you do need to see if you can find a hook in the cases. Now let me see what else we have here. Okay, decision cases are always best if you can, I find, forcing students to confront the hard issues and make the decision. It's worthwhile getting multiple perspectives on cases. I've already touched on what I see as the most common problem with cases, and that is that it's a managerialist perspective. You need to get the warts and all view from middle management at least, and maybe even from worker level, to see what they think and what's going on in the organization. It was interesting. I remember he was a fellow from Sudan, and he confronted me after a class where I had been running. It was actually a class, an organizational behavior class. And he said, "This isn't the way we manage in Sudan." And I asked how he managed there. And I'd been pointing out the need to consult employees and to make, and for a manager to act in a consultative, respectful way with employees. And he said, "That's not the way we work in Sudan." I said, "How does it work there?" He said, "Well, the manager tells us what to do and we have to do it." I said, "Do they always get it right?" He said, "No." "Do you respect them?" "No." And so you have a problem there with people with in a high power distance culture, accepting particular ways of doing things and effectively rejecting many of the findings of research and many of the lessons from the best case studies. It took a while, I think, for him to understand that, yeah, I've not only tried to teach management as it happens, I also try to teach management as it should be done. And that can be a challenge. Actually, there was an interesting case I came across from India. I think India is more of a high power distance country than Australia. Am I right?
Yes,
Everyone
sir,
familiar?
absolutely. Yes.
You're familiar with Hofstadter's idea about power distance. And a fellow in one of the MBA classes here at SP Jain, he told me about where he was working, and I've forgotten the actual figures, but the particular process that he was managing could produce, I'm not sure what it was, say 50 tons of this particular product a week. That was working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They were working shift work, working very hard, and that was their capacity. The salespeople were selling more than they could produce, and the backlog was mounting up. the salespeople weren't prepared to say no to the customers. The operations manager wasn't prepared to say no to the sales manager or the CEO. And so this poor fellow in charge was being told off day after day for not meeting the sales requirements. And I asked what happened in the end. He said he didn't know. When he left to start his MBA, they were about 6 months behind on deliveries. And nobody was prepared to send the bad news up the line saying, sorry, this is our capacity limit. We can't go beyond that unless we get massive capital expenditure authorized. And that lack of communication, that lack of that respect for authority really got in the way of good management. And that brings me to something else too, that I use in conjunction with cases. I hand out readings, and some of these are readings not from academic sources, but from some of the big management consultants. Are you all familiar with the McKinsey Insights? Yes? No? You know McKinsey Consulting? Go on their website, you can subscribe and get copies of McKinsey Insights, and you can search for back copies. The same with some of the other consulting groups. I've forgotten the other one, but McKinsey was the main one I used. And for instance, there was a lovely article entitled Leadership Lessons from the Royal Navy. And they were talking about leadership in the British Navy. And it was interesting the way that the officers tried to build a rapport with the enlisted sailors, and how they had to work together in difficult and often cramped conditions to achieve particular outcomes for the Navy. So readings like that can complement cases very effectively and relate them to reality and provide material for that reflective report that I was talking about. Now, how are we going for time? We're ahead of time. On choosing cases, several years ago, I was on the panel to judge the case competition at the Case Centre in Britain. And after the competition, I wrote a letter or a little sort of response report to the Case Centre about the criteria. And in it, I've outlined the sorts of things that I look for in cases. And I've sent that to be distributed after the seminar. So you'll have a little bit of feedback there on what I look for in cases. A bit of noise in the background, have we? Okay. We're a bit ahead of schedule, which is fine. It gives us a bit more time to go over whatever else we want to cover. I wanted to go on to writing cases, and I've got sort of 4 different types of cases which you could consider writing. One is the formal case that I've mentioned already, involving research inside the company, usually via a contact you have in the company. And at Harvard and some of the other major business schools like Ivy and Cranfield, they actually have graduates who come back as a service to their school and tell the stories that they have been through in their careers since graduation. And those are then written into decision cases, such as the 2 cases that you saw in the videos that you watched. Both of those were alumni of Harvard who had actually come back, told faculty about their experience, and had that written into a case. In each case, those are authorized by the company, and they give the managerial top-down view of what happens there. I have never written a case like that, and all I can do to suggest you look into that is look at the handout that I've actually asked to be emailed out to everyone, hints for case writing. There is other material on the Harvard and the, I think on all three of those websites, Harvard, Ivy, and the Case Center, which gives you ideas on how to go about writing those cases. And I think in some of those handouts, they even give legal release forms where you go to the company and get them to formally acknowledge that you're publishing a case about the company and that they approve it. The second are factual cases about a company, a named company that is, but they're based on publicly available information. Now, some of these can be good, but a lot of them tend to be cases which really are simply descriptive and don't have enough detail to allow for a good decision. And very often they don't have enough to allow analysis of company operations and so on. I find them usually to be of limited value. However, there are exceptions. I think I mentioned the one breaking the code of silence, which was based really on media reports. It wasn't, as far as I know, one that was authorized by a company, because the company itself was destroyed by allegations of sexual harassment. The third type
you
is
just
what I
mentioned, sorry, sir.
Yep.
So you just mentioned the name of the case, breaking the
code of silence.
Thank you.
I think that was published by ICBS at Bangalore, ICBS Management Research Center in Bangalore. That was there a magazine, a news magazine, Tehelka? Is that the right pronunciation? That was wound up as a result of that, or that faced serious financial difficulty because of that particular situation.
Sir, can you please, excuse me, sir. Sir, you were mentioning about one Indian case in which there were some capacity limitations. Can you name that case?
I'm afraid I can't. It wasn't an actual case study. That was a story told to me by one of my students.
Okay.
In response to a case. You know, I had actually taught a case and he came out and said, hey, I had a similar situation. They wouldn't listen to me.
Okay, fine.
And so, you know, that's the sort of thing that happens very often when you get a case which really strikes a chord with a student. And that's one of the reasons I used to really enjoy reading those reflective reports. And one thing I should mention about those reflective reports, they could even be used with undergraduates. I mean, one of them related a business case to setting up and running a birthday party. Another one talked about relating the lessons from the case to being captain of a football team. And you know, you can actually get people that you wouldn't think would have enough experience to write this sort of thing, actually doing a very good job of taking the information and relating it to real situations that they're familiar with. Sorry, somebody else had a question. Nope. Okay.
Yeah, one more question, sir.
Go.
Sir, actually, as a fresh instructor, I want to have some doubts regarding case teaching method. It's regarding time management. We start the case with the opening scenario and the situation, and sometimes I find it difficult to manage the time, how much time I should give to the dilemma discussion and the decision making. So can you put some light on this part?
I'm not sure I can. A lot of these things, it comes with experience. When you've taught a case several times, you'll have some idea of how to run it. The other thing you should be aware of is that students can sometimes derail the discussion by going off at a tangent on something that's not the main thrust of the case.
Yeah.
And So you have to have a set of stock phrases and ways that you can bring things back. You know, that's interesting, but we don't have time to cover it in this class. Can we talk about it afterwards? Let's get back to, and away you go. Or sometimes you'll find that students are way ahead of where you are in the discussion. And so you actually say, can we come to that at a later stage? And you get it back on track. So you really have to simply watch the time, and you have a few tricks like that ready to bring the discussion back to where you want it to be. There are other times when it may be worthwhile letting it run, especially if the students are getting value from it or are getting interested in it. I remember one case I taught, it was about the sinking of a ship. And it was a bit of a tragedy. There were almost 200 people killed in that. It was off the coast of Belgium, way back in 1987. And it was a case that I was teaching in China. And there were two classes there. One was an English-speaking class, but the other one was taught through interpreters. And with the Chinese class, people talk about Chinese being hesitant to take issue with each other and wanting to save face and all of this sort of thing. And so I was hesitant to see how a discussion would go. But these students got into a major argument over it. In fact, what happened there was that the discussion got so heated over who was responsible for the sinking of this ship and what should have been done to prevent it, that the interpreter couldn't keep up with it. And so she and I just looked at each other and laughed. And we let the discussion run for about 15 minutes or so. And finally I shouted, "Time for tea." And they all understood that. And we cut the whole thing short, took a break and came back and were able to get it on track. So sometimes it's a case of judging individual cases. There's not a blanket rule. Okay, the two types of cases I've mentioned so far, the formal case about the named company authorized by the company with inside information. The second is the case from publicly available information. The third is an unauthorized case, and these are the sorts of things I was talking about with who ran the unofficial meetings without the general manager knowing about it. I've written several other cases about various things like that, where I saw an opportunity from something that had happened in an organization that I was familiar with, but it could have been embarrassing, or embarrassing to some people. So I wrote it in a totally fictional organization with totally different names, and I got away with it. They can be useful because they do not present a managerial view of things. They present a warts and all, this is what happened and why it happened, and this is what you need to do to avoid it. The final one is a totally fictitious case. And in fact, the one that I have handed out, that I've asked to be sent out to you, called Business Shirts Australia, is a totally fictitious case. I wrote that when I received an edict where I was working at the time saying a certain percentage of cases have to be Australian, and I didn't have enough Australian cases. So I simply wrote a fictitious Australian case based on a similar case that was set in America in a different industry. I brought in local names and situations and so on, but it was totally fictitious. It still worked exceptionally well to make students sit up and think about the sort of analysis that they should do and how they should use that analysis. The case I was talking about earlier in response to a question. Okay, a few tips if you are going to write cases. As I said, there are guidelines available. I think I've sent out some in the little information package at the end of the seminar. There are others that you can download from the various websites. Tips that I have: plan the aha moments. Work out what it is that you want students to really take into the teaching note, and it's worthwhile writing a teaching note even for yourself. I learned this after teaching the case about the accounts payable clerk several times, and I realized I ought to make some better notes, and it's worthwhile doing it. You can plan the discussion so much better. Now, that is all that I have about writing, because as I said, I haven't written many cases, and all the ones I have written have been unauthorized or fictitious cases. There was one other thing I wanted to raise. What was it? Writing. I've lost a page. Yeah, when you're writing a case, think about what people look for and what you will look for and what will engage students. It has to be interesting. You need to have a good story, something which will grab students' attention. It doesn't necessarily need to be a personal interest story. It can be a, hey, look at the profits in this story. There was one case I remember teaching where we were basically just analyzing processes at a restaurant. And the hook there was this restaurant was making profits of 30% of turnover, when the industry average was between 5 and 10%. Now, that is enough to hook most students. And they started getting interested in analyzing why it was that that particular restaurant did exceptionally well. I've actually eaten at one of those restaurants, and the food was actually very good. I can recommend it. So a good story, preferably a decision, although analysis to work out how a business functions and how it gets its profit is also a good way to go. If you can, you build in the aha moments there. I mentioned Zara. This other case I mentioned, Benihana of Tokyo, it's a bit dated now, it's fairly old, but suddenly realizing this organization is using basic process design to get a fantastic profit out of a very simple business. And that was another aha moment for students. And so we tweak their interest with that sort of thing. So plan the case with a decision or a good story that will tweak students' interest. For a good decision case, put yourselves in the shoes of the protagonist. What would you do if you were in that situation? Even in fictional cases or unauthorized cases, you can do that. I wrote a case on project management about managing a conference center, the construction of a conference center. And there's this person confronted with a conference center that isn't working because they've forgotten about acoustic design, they've forgotten about a whole lot of other things. And the conference manager has to decide what to do. And so you put yourselves in there, and my question is, what should Marcia do now? And so she has to make these decisions, and they have to be confronted. They have to be sorted out. So having an actual named protagonist is a good idea. Sometimes an event. I mentioned the sinking of the ship was the Herald of Free Enterprise. That's rather like one of the space shuttle cases. What was the cause of the disaster? What happened? Why? Analyze it. Who could have stopped it? Who had the authority? Who had the responsibility? Why was the responsibility not clear? Whatever it is that you can come out with on that, and some of, especially the disaster cases, also tend to grab students' attention. So again, something that gets the interest. In Australia, we had a coal mine disaster some years ago. up in Queensland. And again, it fitted the same pattern of disaster, so that I was able to teach the sinking of the ship and then point out the same basic organizational or management flaws contributed to the disaster in this coal mine. And you can relate one to the other, and suddenly they become relevant to Australia instead of just being a ship on the other side of the world. Try to name people. What's their responsibility? Sometimes it's worthwhile spelling out a personality, though often that doesn't come into it so much. Get a decision if you can. The case, it really helps if it's well written. It's worthwhile proofreading it several times, getting somebody else to proofread it. I wrote a case about an industrial dispute and got one of the people to actually proofread it, and suddenly realized I'd accidentally slipped in there some things that would identify the people involved, which I couldn't do. So I had to carefully get it proofed and make sure you get it right. If you have exhibits, tables, organizational diagrams, this sort of thing, they add to it and help people to understand. An organizational diagram was great in that case about the people holding the unauthorized meetings. I was able to say, here's this division, this works there, here's this other division with these people, and I actually had them named in the organization chart, so that when someone talks about Ross Ulanovich, then straight away they can see, yes, he's the product development manager in small appliances, and so on. What else? Now, any other questions about writing cases? The best thing I can suggest is just start it. Yes, please.
I have a question.
Yeah, sir, if, as you said that we can write fictional cases. So when we are writing some fictional cases, are they easily published, or are we able to publish those cases, or the case center or IV, are they taking those type of cases? Because they would be asking sometimes for some authentication from the company. So if this is fictional, then how we should be going, or it can be used only for classroom teaching?
Okay, my time for a confession. I haven't published anything through any of the case publishers. I have used the cases myself in my courses. I have generally written cases when I found that I couldn't find a case that illustrated the points I wanted to make.
Fine.
Other people have used my cases, but it's been confined to colleagues, friends that I've worked with, and so on. However, the case center I know does list for sale cases which are written on the basis of what they call generalized experience. In other words, they are not cases which can be attributed to a particular company. They also accept cases that are, I think, written on the basis of publicly available information.
Yeah, that we have.
And so you can publish that through them, but I must admit you'd have to ask somebody else about the details of that.
Thank you so much.
Sir, how do we develop a video case? Because today, apart from written case, there's a growing field of video cases.
I have never tried to develop a video case. My son's into making videos and I have never got to grips with it. But there was one of the cases I was given in the case competition had a number of videos as part of the case. And I must admit, I found it rather cumbersome because I was relating about 3 videos, a heap of promotional material, and a written case study. And it just became, it was a bit confusing, a bit confronting. I felt that it was better if you have a video case, you simply have a video. Show the video, discuss the video. don't have lots and lots of extra material. It's the same as the debate between long and short cases. Students can be either daunted by or totally floored by long cases. And so short cases can often serve the same purpose. With a video, like a case, shorter is often better. But that's a personal opinion. You may well find other people are have different ideas.
Thank you. Thank
Now, while you're thinking of other questions, I did ask if it's possible to email out the bundle of other material. I don't know whether anyone's received that or not, but I asked if it could be emailed to all participants now. Has anyone received that?
Sending in a minute, sir.
We
I'm
are
attaching.
sending it shortly.
Wonderful. Okay, the things that I'm sending out there. A note on materials for case teaching. Websites to go to, Harvard, Ivy, and the Case Center are the main ones that I recommend. A lot of the Indian cases are published through Ivy and are available in the either from Ivy or from the Case Center. There are other sources for cases which you can search, and so I've given you a set of guidelines there. I've given you a few references on case method teaching. Some, although they are old, are worthwhile. And in fact, there's one that I think is an absolute gem. It was written before I was born in 1940 by a fellow with a lovely name of Gragg. And Charles Gragg wrote a beautiful piece, and it was summed up in the title, "Because wisdom can't be told. People have to discover it for themselves. And our job as teachers is to lead them through the process of that discovery." There are a few others. The other thing I put in there was I've noted that there are a number of videos. There are the two that you've seen. There are some others as well. Unfortunately, a lot of the videos are interviews with as boring as I am. The result is that it's far better to see people actually in action teaching a case. What else was there? Just one sec. Yeah. I mentioned I've sent the Business Shirts Australia case and the teaching note. That was a totally fictional case which I wrote, and that aha moment is sort of written into there and noted in the as the main thrust of the case in the teaching note. So you can see the sort of thing I've done there.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, I wanted to ask that leaving the case open-ended for the people to decide what would be the final decision in this case, does it reduces the efficiency? Because every case is carrying a decisive dilemma that the protagonist is facing at that point of time. So multiple alternatives are being taken care of, but it is usually seen in a case, even the case that you have sent, John has made a few inquiries and found out a certain things. So is it okay to leave a case open-ended, or is it better to give a kind of conclusion to which students can get automatically?
My suggestion is that it is best if students find out what actually happened. That is not to say that that is the answer to a case. It is what happened. It's what they decided. It's what they did. I remember one case revolved around New Balance the in Mexico or in Ireland. Mexico, they had cheaper labor, and because of the North American market, they had preferential access to the US. In Ireland, it was part of the European Union, and they would have preferential access to the whole of the European market. And the whole case revolved around this decision. Which way should they go? What actually happened? They did both, which was an option that nobody had even thought about in the case. They didn't think they had the capacity for it, but they did. They worked it out. So I think it's good to have this is what actually happened, but it's not essential to have a case tied up. There was a case that I did as a student, I remember, and it's a case that has stuck in my mind for 40 odd years, where it was launch of a new product, and the whole class said, oh, they should go for the low entry price for the market and seize the entire market. And two of us held the view that they couldn't finance the rapid expansion necessary to do this. And so the two of us took on the rest of the class. And I still think we won, but nobody knows. So leaving it open like that, that case has stuck in my mind for 40 years. The main thing is that students have the experience of facing the dilemma and making a decision on it, and recognizing that maybe that decision is not the optimal, but it's the one that they made and that they have to live with.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Just following on that point.
Sir, could you please throw some light on ethnographic case study approach?
I'm sorry, just say it again.
Could you please throw some light on ethnographic case study approach?
I'm sorry, I still couldn't pick that.
She's mentioning about the ethnographic case study approach. Ethnographic.
Oh, yes. Yep. It has to be sufficiently interesting. Ethnography, if it's done, it can be very boring. It can be simply a description of what's happening or what's going on. On the other hand, it can bring out so many different aspects of something or other. I saw a lovely ethnographic study of an Aboriginal commercial venture here in Australia, purely Indigenous Australians being given funding for an entrepreneurial venture. And it was fascinating, the interplay of financial and marketing and cultural aspects of this study. But it was one, that was interesting enough in its own right to be riveting, but it has to be an interesting case. That's the big issue for me. There was one thing I was going to mention in response to that previous one about a previous question about an open-ended case. Do you remember the comment? I think I've mentioned it before in the video. The best cases are when students are still arguing about them hours after the class.
So,
and
was that.
Students learn a great deal from that. But the other thing that I find that I mentioned before, that some of the students actually said, we got 15-20% of the value of the case out of the preparation and the class discussion. We got 80% of the value from writing a reflective report afterwards, being able to relate it to reality, being able to relate it to their own experience. And that was, there's no objective measure of that, and it hasn't been researched further. I simply wrote a report on introducing this as a variant on the case method in courses that I was teaching at the time.
Yes, sir.
Now, we have covered most of what I've planned, and we're way ahead of schedule. So, open to questions, discussion, comments, argument, anything. If there's nothing else that comes out of it, I will be sending out a link to the page on the Case Center website where they've set up a quick explanation of a research project I'm running on case method teaching. And it would be wonderful if you could encourage your students who have done case method courses to complete the survey that's linked from that page. I'll send out a link to the survey itself and a link to that page. It was interesting. I sent off a paper describing the pilot study to the Journal of Management Education. They had previously said you can't say anything new about the case method. It's been researched to death. There'll be nothing there, but would be interested in seeing what you've got. So I sent this through to them and they said, this is new, this is interesting, it's important, but you haven't got a big enough sample. And so I've now got the survey up there to get an extra few hundred students so I can complete that sample and get that paper published. And that would be wonderful if you could help me with that.
So you're putting it in the chat box?
No, I will send an email to Dr. Varshney.
Yes, yes, please send them in. Yes.
If you could distribute it, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Dr. Varshney, I think I have covered everything unless people have questions. I've been talking too much, but I'm not used to Zoom, so I'm sorry. One thing I should add that I think has gone well. There was a teacher I know who was running school classes on Zoom. And in the background of one of the students, the father emerged from the bathroom. You guessed it, stark naked, ran furiously down the hall to get out of the way. I'm glad we haven't had that here. Very distracting. If there's nothing else, I'm going to call it a day at that. It's been wonderful talking with all of you. And please feel free to get back to me with any questions, other things you've thought about. This was put together in a bit of a hurry, I'm afraid. I had a very hectic week last week, but I hope it's answered some of your questions and I hope it's useful for you.
Okay,
George,
so
one question is, if in MBA program we are teaching the student a 40 credit hours course, in that case, how many cases we should pick in a particular course? Because in a semester there are, let us say there are 8 subjects we are teaching. So every subject having the number of cases. So in your opinion, how many cases we should teach in a single semester and in an entire course?
Look, I think you have to think in terms of total student workload. As I mentioned before, heavy workload tends to drive students to a superficial approach to learning. And you really need to start thinking about that carefully. Where I've been, some of the places I've been teaching have had students taking a very heavy load, and I have reduced the number of cases, but more importantly, reduced the size of cases. So that I've used shorter cases to get the message across as best I can. It's not an easy answer. For a 40 credit hour course spread over how many weeks?
Total 16 weeks.
16 weeks. So what, it's about just under 3 hours a week on average.
Yeah, 3 to 4 hours, because examination is also included in this. The evaluation is also included in this.
Okay, so say you've got sort of 3 hours a week or something. I'd be inclined to say 1 week apart, you'd have 1 case per class. But I would, because how many other classes do they have during that week? They have 8 other classes, do they? Or 7
Yes,
other classes?
7 hours.
That's a heavy load. That's a heavy load.
In a day.
So my thinking is to make sure that they have a load they can cope with. And what I have done in that sort of case is use some short courses, some short cases, alternating with longer cases. Sometimes I've used cases that are so short I'm handing them out in the class for reading and preparation in class time. Yeah, I normally work in terms of a case for every class, for every 3-hour class. Sometimes I will have a couple of short in-class cases in that time. But you've really got to watch the workload when you've got students working at that sort of level of intensity, because it will drive them to a superficial approach to learning.
Okay.
The other thought, one of the things you've got to allow is time between classes for students to really consolidate and come to terms with what they've covered. A fight that I used to have with one of the places I worked, they said, oh, we've got a 40-hour subject. We can do that on one long weekend and one other weekend. So we'll have it straight through, 9 to 5 every day. You can't do that, because students need time between classes to think about what they've covered and to do the preparation for the subsequent class. If you're asking students to do 3 or 4 hours preparation on a case study, they've got to have 3 or 4 hours between successive classes. They can't have one class in the morning and another class in the afternoon. So you do have to allow them that time. That is difficult. And in fact, one of the things that I often advocate, with limited success, is to reduce the number of contact hours so that students are able to cope better with the workload. There was one fellow at the place where I did the study in education, and his mantra was, you can always go deeper. In other words, trying to cover the whole curriculum at a superficial level is probably not as good as covering a much more limited one, but going much deeper into that limited curriculum. Even if they don't cover particular aspects of a course that you might consider are necessary, if they learn to go deeply into things, if they learn to analyze things in a lot of detail and to really understand the problem before they set about solving it, that's more important perhaps than learning theory that might be out of date in 5 years' time. And so I think back to things that I learned as an undergraduate and even in postgraduate years that are so far out of date now. And people have to, the most important thing really is that students learn how to learn. And I actually drive that home in a discussion in the start of one of my classes. I point out that what you learn now may or may not be of any use to you. It may or may not be out of date in 5 years' time. Your job as a manager is to derive full value from the experience of managing, from the experience of your work. It's no good having 5 years in a management position and repeating the same mistakes 5 times over. You've got to learn from everything you've done right and everything you've done wrong, so that you have 5 years experience and you've learned from every one of them. And so I always point out the need to keep on learning. And I think it's probably even more important than covering a curriculum with a certain amount of things that you are supposed to know in theory. Sorry, I'm on a bit of a hobby horse there.
No, no, it's all right.
Agree with you. It's logical, in fact, whatever you have mentioned. Any other question from anyone? The answer can be concluded.
Sir, I'll just extend an official vote of thanks, Ashwini sir.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so I believe there are no further questions. So a wonderful and a very, very detailed oriented session. We learned the importance of being a provocator and the facilitator in a case study. So I believe we are directing the music in an orchestra and not playing it while being a facilitator in the case study. I believe
Yes.
so.
Absolutely.
So, sir, starting from the seating arrangement to the teacher's body language, we learned each aspect of it, the types of learning approaches, the types of cases. We have learned a lot, Professor George, all because of you. Thank you so much for taking so much time, not just for the session today, but the throughout preparation and the mails that you have been sending us, the meetings you have been doing with us. It was a really nice session, and we have learned a lot. So I extend my gratitude on behalf of Jaipuria Institute of Management for sparing so much time and making us learn so much. Each minute was insightful, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm going to add one thing that I forgot to mention earlier on. I mentioned interest and excitement, and one of the very simple things that I learned in one of the handouts that I've sent by Shapiro, Hints for Case Method Teaching, it says you have to find your own way of doing it. There's no room for a facade, I think they said. And that's one thing I disagree with. A list first. Form woman whose motto have the confidence, fake it until you build the confidence. And one of the things that I remember that really drove home the, if you like, the way of injecting a bit of drama into what could be an awkward discussion. I remember a teacher for asking a set of questions and trying to probe and get people to get to that aha moment. And one student nailed it. And the instructor spun around, pointed at that student and shouted, "Yes!" And just doing that, suddenly the whole atmosphere lifted and people were sitting up and taking notice, and it drove the point home. A little bit of drama. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Thank you for your kind words. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you.